Hi everybody and good morning. Welcome to the Canal Court Hotel. My name is John Barry. I'm Professor of Green Political Economy at Queen's University Belfast and co-chair of the Belfast Climate Commission. I'm also your token mouth from the south for today. It's a little known part of the Belfast Agreement that any event like this has to have a token southerner, and that's who I am here today. But today is not about me, it's about the CANN project, Collaborative Action for the Natura Network. And I have to say, I've read quite a bit of the material and I'll be presenting on it later on. But it brings to mind a wonderful phrase from Henry David Thoreau, who's a great American preservationist from the 19th century. And he quite wisely said, "In wilderness lies the salvation of the world." You know, part of what is the background to what we're here today to discuss is that we are suffering our 6th great mass extinction event on the planet. We are suffering from nature deficit disorder, even psychologically, in terms of what social psychologists are saying about our young people. We are in severe need of restoring and indeed, I would say, rewilding many parts of the world. And I do congratulate those involved in the CANN project for showing practical ways that particularly peatlands and wetlands and the flora and fauna of these areas are a necessary part of how we tackle locally the planetary crisis. The reality is nature is not just a place to visit, it's our home. You know, our ecosystems provide us the life-sustaining air, water, a stable climate that we all need to thrive. So we're taking the opportunity today to look back on the achievements and indeed the legacy of the CANN project, but perhaps with some ideas about what may come after it. It was provided by the special programmes from the EU programmes body with a funding of €9.4 million. 26 sites across 3 jurisdictions in Scotland, Northern Ireland and the border between the Republic and the North. And it had to do with raising something that, in my view, often is second fiddle. Often the climate seems to capture most of our imagination in the media and so on, and we tend to think of the biodiversity ecological crisis as secondary. They are both inextricably linked together, in my view. And what we should probably be saying is that there's a planetary crisis which has a climate and ecological dimension and always connect the climate and ecological crisis together. And part of the project, as many of you would know because you participated in it, was raising awareness of this issue. It's almost like when people look at a wetland, they just see it as a kind of almost like a desert, that somehow it's dead. It doesn't have the attraction of a babbling brook and a forest and a wood. And yet actually, as CANN has provided, there is a lot of diversity. There's a lot of life that's happening. Never mind the advantages in terms of things like carbon capture and sequestration. I personally would much rather see more re-wetting of boglands than, frankly, some of the science fiction nonsense that some of my colleagues are involved in terms of geoengineering, of creating machines to suck carbon out of the atmosphere. We already have that solution. It's bogs, it's trees, it's plant life that already create the conditions that we can take the carbon out of the atmosphere. So I do like to mention all of those volunteers, all of you involved in it, and to congratulate you on a fantastic project, to thank the special EU programmes body and particularly the Interreg VA that funded this particular project. And before I hand on to our first presentation, I just want to read out a fire safety notice. There isn't any fire safety drill planned. So could you calmly and efficiently, if you do hear the alarm, go to the nearest exit. Staff will assist you in terms of exiting. Allow for any disabled or elderly to exit before you. Vacate the building through the double doors at the back of this is the Mardyke suite, and follow the main stairs down. Do not use the lifts. There are a fire exit here and also here in terms of exiting this particular room. The stairs will lead you down to the hotel park and continue towards the car park gates down the end where we have the defunct electric vehicle charging point. Any members of staff here, please note, I'm glad I didn't take my electric car down, said he, bushing his green halo. And do not re-enter the building. So, without further ado, I would like to hand over to our first speaker, that we have Rebecca, Rebecca, Jeffries. So, Rebecca, the floor is yours. Thank you.
John, thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. My name is Rebecca Jeffrey. I'm from the National Parks and Wildlife Service based in Dublin. So there are a few more of us from the south here, I can assure you. As I say, I'm from the National Parks and Wildlife Service. So we are one of the bodies that are responsible for nature conservation in the island. So our sister body in Northern Ireland is NIEA. So I'm here to sort of talk on a, not to represent MPWS, but to give a sort of a reflection of how the project has been successful in a bigger picture of managing Natura 2000 in Ireland. I've been involved in the project and the sister project, the CAB project, as part of a steering group that brought both projects together. So we're not a partner in the project, but we've sort of had an overseeing role. So when I was asked to do this talk, only the day before yesterday, I thought that I would try and sort of reflect on the success of the project and put it in a bigger context in terms of nature conservation in Ireland. And really, for us, it's we're talking about restoring and maintaining and managing the Natura 2000 network. So I'm just going to give a little bit of context first. So in Ireland, the Natura 2000 network is comprised of the Special Area of Conservation sites and the Special Protection Area sites. So those are designated under the Birds and Habitats Directives, and they form this network of sites in Ireland. And so together they make up approximately almost 600 sites, some of them overlapping. As you'll see from the slides, almost 1,000 hectares are covered by these designations on land, so including lakes. And then we have an even bigger area, over 1 million hectares, designated as marine sites. That's near shore and also far shore reef sites. And as you'll see from the statistics below, we have the challenge in managing these sites. One of the challenges in managing these sites is that practically all of it is privately owned. So we don't have the wherewithal just to go in and do what we think is fit. And 55% of the terrestrial area that I mentioned is farmed land. So we know we really need to keep that in mind. So and that means that 26% of all farmers in the Republic of Ireland own some part of a designated site. So we have to take that on board when we're thinking about management. My role in MPWS, I'm part of the scientific unit, and our role is to use the evidence base that we collect to report on the conservation status of the Natura 2000 sites, but also in terms of designation, what sites should be designated, and then in terms of best practice regarding management and necessary management measures. So these sites have are really varied. So they're designated for a suite of habitats and species listed in the Habitats and Birds Directives. So they're marine sites and marine and coastal systems. They include woodlands, the wetlands, which are a particular focus of the project. So bogs, both raised and blanket bogs. The species associated with those bogs and wetlands, like red-throated diver and Marc saxifrage shown there. And as I mentioned, many of these sites are farmed. So the farming, some of the sites are obviously farmed, like the grasslands, the semi-natural grasslands, the burren, for example, and some of them, like you might not think, are farmed, the upland habitats, the blanket bogs of the uplands and the associated heaths. These are all farmed habitats, so we need to keep that in mind. As I said, we are responsible for reporting on the status of these habitats and species to Europe, and then based on this, we have to make priorities for management. And as we all know, the last reporting cycle in 2019, we report every 6 years to the EU, was not a good, we didn't have a good record. You can see that over 85% of the habitats listed in the Habitats Directive were not in good condition. And so that's really what's setting the priority for us in terms of management. So really in terms of management, then we have, as I say, we have to set priorities. Priorities for us then are parsed out into a document called the Prioritised Action Framework, which is prepared under Article 8 of the Habitats Directive, and we published ours in 2021. And we list the priorities for the next financial period. So that's the next period where money comes from the EU, so 2021 to 2027. And in that then, you'll see tables of habitats and species. So I've just included a couple there, which include the wetland habitats. You'll see the bogs are declining still. Species there that are in poor condition, such as that have been the focus of the CANN project, like white-clawed crayfish, are not in good condition. So these are the ones that we really have to concentrate on, but not forgetting that we also have to look after the ones that may be in good condition now, but they need ongoing management to keep them as they are. So that just really sets the context for the CANN project, and really what I was trying to think about then. What can the CANN project bring? What has the CANN project brought to our efforts to manage sites in Ireland? And I wanted to focus really on three different areas. The first one is partnerships and collaboration. The second one is the collection and use of data. And the third one is our concrete conservation measures that happen on the ground. So the first one really is collaboration and partnership. And really the fact that this project brings together local authorities, the NGOs, and the academic expertise has really helped, I think, to pull the strands together. And so the academics, including like the mapping techniques, the research on Kilruskey Loch, the looking at the crayfish movements, all need to be pulled together so that we can actually say, well, what is the appropriate management? Where does it need to happen? How do we do it? So that's really important in terms of moving forward. We have to keep this in mind, that all problem management needs the different strands of collaboration to come together to be able to put the management practice that we need on the ground. So then the second one is data. So of course, to implement, any sensible management on the ground, we need to pull the data together to provide baseline information, to underpin management decisions, and also then to provide a basis for monitoring. And so the CANN project has provided all of those strands of data in different sites. And for example, the image there of the document is our site-specific conservation objectives for Kilruskey, and we used the fen mapping for defining where the fens were in this site. The fen is a qualifying feature at that site. And then in the other map is from Loch Arrow, so a lot of work was done there to define the habitat of the lake. And all of that data needs to come together to be able to define management on the ground. And then, of course, the third strand, I guess, that I'm thinking about is the testing and the undertaking of concrete conservation measures, which I would argue cannot be done until we've done the other two strands. And so CANN has implemented measures on sites. They need to be throughout. We need to keep in mind they need to be effective, they need to be long-lasting, but also they need to go far beyond the projects. So we need to keep that in mind. But the techniques trialled, and the image there shows that the peatland management techniques up in Cuilcagh. Then also there's jute matting on Loch Arrow. So these measures are essential, that we trial and test these, and we look at the efficacy of them to see where we can use them in other sites. So just finally, my last slide then is sort of pulling that a bit together and saying, well, how do we ensure a lasting legacy from the project? And just to sort of pull from the last slide, we need to make sure that once the project is finished, that the measures that have been undertaken, that we continue to monitor them to see how suitable they are in the longer term, so that we can say how useful they are. And then if there's any maintenance that needs to be done to keep them going, as we know that maintenance is not a one-off thing, implementation of measures is not a one-stop thing. You have to keep going and checking, and if necessary, go and tweak or do some repairs. So we need to try and maintain that, make sure that happens. And also, really, the other big legacy issue is that the ongoing and future initiatives can can make use of the information that has been generated by the project and learn from it. And just one example of that, in Cuilcagh, an exciting project is just starting off there. It's one of the sites in a project, a huge EU-funded programme called the Waterlands Project, which is also happening in conjunction with our Life integrated project, Wild Atlantic Nature. And this is going to be making use of information generated by the CANN project and to look at implementing results-based measures on results-based measures for farming, in particular on the ground there. So that's just an example of how we can make sure that the legacy is continued. And really, on that note, just to say well done to the team. I'm sure they're breathing a sigh of relief that this day has come to pass. And we will work in NPWS to ensure that the legacy of the project continues. Thanks very much.
That's great, thank you, Rebecca. So just before we have our next, it's a video from Gina McIntyre from SEUPB. I've just been asked to remind people not to share anything about today on social media. So thank you, Rebecca, for that in terms of the issues of what gets measured gets done. We could also perhaps say that what gets experienced gets recognition as an important part of letting people know and experience these beautiful parts of nature. But also the importance of partnership, particularly that issue of how you negotiate with those who are private landowners. I'd be particularly interested in hearing from the experience of people involved in the team, because you don't have full control over the site itself. So we're going to have a short video now from Gina McIntyre.
To help mark the success of this EU Interreg 5A funded project. This is a wonderful opportunity today to celebrate the work of CANN Collaborative Action for the Natura Network. And I'd like to congratulate the lead partner, Newry, Mourne and Down Council, for its efforts in making this project a reality. And there are so many partners involved, but I'd like to individually congratulate all of those. East Border Region Limited, Armagh City Banbridge and Craigavon Borough Council, Agri-Food and Biosciences Institute, Ulster University, the Ulster Wildlife, Monaghan County Council, the Institute of Technology in Sligo and the Golden Eagle Trust, Argyll and the Isles Coast and the Countryside Trust and the Scottish National Heritage. You've all played your part in this project and you've been fantastic. I'd like to, as well as yourselves, acknowledge the financial and the non-financial support which has been provided by the Department of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs in Northern Ireland and the Department of Housing, Local Government and Heritage in Ireland. Both of these departments work very closely with us behind the scenes to make sure that these projects come to fruition. And I'd like to take the opportunity to thank all the officials involved there for that work. The Interreg 5A programme is just one of over 60 European funded programmes specifically created to tackle problems associated with the border. And the EU has been deeply committed and remains deeply committed to protection of the natural environment across the whole of Europe. And this project is a great example of that commitment. In relation to the Interreg programme, obviously we spend a lot of time talking about borders and the impact and the detriment that they can have on economic development and social development. And in particular in our programme, we would talk a lot about the hampering of the delivery of health and social care services that can have a very serious impact on people's lives. And so we fund projects that help to alleviate some of those issues. And the importance of cross-border collaboration to help solve these problems can be seen in action in the programme. And CANN really has embraced the nature of cross-border collaboration. A project like this is truly interregional, as it embraces partners not just in Ireland and Northern Ireland, but also in Scotland. Interreg allows all of these partners to come together, producing real results. And I was able to go on site myself last year to Cuilcagh Mountain to see the Blanca Bog and the importance of the work being undertaken and the potential future opportunities and widespread impact this work could have locally and internationally. The wildlife protected by this project grow much further than our man-made borders, and thanks to their collaboration, the partners involved here have been able to go further as well. This Interreg 5A programme is drawing to a close, with each of the 40 projects now completing on their work. Though the good news is that there are significant funding opportunities coming soon, particularly for this kind of collaborative work. The Peace Plus programme is a €1.1 billion funding programme which is due to be launched later this year. And it encompasses both the types of themes that and activity that we've funded in the peace programmes and the Interreg programmes. So it's a hybrid programme of those two, and you will notice then that it has 6 thematic areas. Theme 5 of the programme will focus on supporting a sustainable and better connected future. Its funding areas include biodiversity, marine and coastal management, and water quality, among other things. In all of these, we can learn from the work undertaken and the results yielded from the Interreg projects that have come before. Strategic cross-border investment will enhance and protect our environment while strengthening the economy in the programme area. And the programme is in an advanced stage of approval. It has been approved by the Northern Ireland Executive, the Government of Ireland, the North-South Ministerial Council, and has been formally adopted by the European Commission. So we anticipate opening funding calls very soon in the autumn. And in the meantime, we're planning a series of pre-application workshops for each theme and each investment area. So please do follow us on social media as well as our website to get some information about the programme and hopefully be able to attend those workshops well in advance of preparing any application forms. So I'd like to finish again by thanking everybody involved for their hard work, dedication and professionalism, especially through some very, very difficult years. Well done and enjoy the event.
Isn't it lovely to hear borders being spoken about without also hearing protocol and Brexit? So fair play to Gina. I'd like now to invite Councillor Michael Savage, Chair of Newry, Mourne and Down Council, to address us. So give a warm welcome to Michael.
Good morning, everyone. It's my pleasure as Chairperson of Newry, Mourne and Down District Council to welcome you today to the Canal Court Hotel for a celebration of the CANN project, marking 6 years of achievement. A special warm welcome to those who have travelled long distances from across all 3 of the project jurisdictions. Just as a note, in light of the passing of Her late Majesty Queen Elizabeth, we will not be posting any media or PR on this event until next week, and I'd be very grateful if you could adhere to that as well. Newry, Mourne and Down District Council is incredibly proud and honoured to act as a lead partner for the project, and I would like to extend our thanks to those who have provided financial support and assistance to the project. The Interreg 5A programme, managed by the Special EU Programmes Body, the Department of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs in Northern Ireland, the Department of Housing, Planning and Local Government in Ireland, and Nature Scot in Scotland. A special word of thanks to today's keynote speaker, Professor John Barry from Queen's University, Belfast, a key and keen proponent of this kind of partnership working, and thank him for his insight and providing us with some food for thought with his view of green economics and the politics of sustainable development. We are also joined throughout today by a selection of speakers from the CANN project itself, who will give us a valuable and invaluable insight into the successes of the partners working together to do extraordinary things for nature. The project received €9.3 million of financial assistance, one of the most significant investments in a cross-jurisdictional environmental project in recent years, and this funding has been put to excellent use. The CANN team has produced 26 conservation action plans and promoted cross-border cooperation, resulting in the recovery of protected habitats and priority species. In addition, the CANN staff team has led groundbreaking conservation work and survey techniques in some of the most iconic sites across the project area. I would like to take this time to briefly highlight just a few of the project's other achievements. New technology, such as high-resolution 3D imagery, has been developed, allowing the landscape to be surveyed and photographed by flights from above using stereo-coloured infrared cameras. Previously inaccessible sites can now be surveyed down to the level of individual bushes and trees. The team has also been incredibly successful in ensuring the project's legacy. Training has been provided for farmers to carry out work on their own land, and they have been encouraged to apply for further funding to develop new sustainable materials to help restore bogs, thus ensuring that the CANN project has not been simply about short-term delivery, but has shown the seeds for future work. During the restrictions of COVID, the project's partners saw the potential in distance communication and, as a result, cut their carbon footprint considerably by meeting remotely. A positive result of this online approach has been the project's ability to attract attendees and speakers worldwide to participate in training and workshops. This new departure would never have been dreamed of prior to lockdown. Newry, Mourne and Down District Council has enjoyed working with the 10 project partners across Northern Ireland, Ireland and Scotland over the lifetime of the project. We've been very fortunate to have had a highly skilled and experienced project team of over 30 staff, many of whom are in attendance today, and I extend our deep thanks to you for your dedication and your efforts. I would also like to thank all the local landowners, landholders and farmers who have supported the project's conservation, management and protection activities. Their commitment to working with us has helped to develop environmentally sustainable practices in local communities. Education and outreach work with local communities and schools has also been and continues to be a critical part of the project, establishing strong links with local groups who will continue community input into the sites. In conclusion then, I hope you all enjoyed today's event and will take from it an understanding of the project's partnership approach to protecting species and habitats of cross-border relevance. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. So we're almost at the end of the first of the three parts to today's event. So I'm going to offer a reflection on where I see the planetary crisis, where we're at, what we need to do, and intersperse that with some reflections on the CANN project. But before I do that, I just want to share with you, and I think it's something that we don't talk about enough. What motivates me in my work is that I've got children. I live in a house full of women, so I never leave the toilet seat up. I've got 2 girls. And I read some really depressing scientific evidence of where we're going in the future. I'm reading the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, the world's premier body on this issue. And if you're not scared and then angry at the lack of action, you're not reading the science correctly. It is worse than many people think. And that's why it's so important for local projects like CANN to be scaled up and hastened, because nature has a lot of the solutions, but we have to fundamentally challenge every part of our lives. There is no plug and play version of the future that we can simply, as I often tell my students, biofuel the Hummer. The problem is that we've created an industrial civilized society where everything from our food system, transportation, how we heat our homes, the jobs, and even our aspirations for a good life have now passed a point where they are now possible in terms of our reliance on carbon. So I just want to share with you the fact that for me, this is a personal issue. It's not just a professional issue. And I think for many of us, not just for those of us with children, I think we need to be more open about the emotional dynamics of this. It's not just a scientific issue. But actually, when I was a researcher 30 years ago as a PhD student in Glasgow, I used to write a lot about the ethics of future generations, intergenerational justice. Well, now those generations have names and faces. And it is incumbent upon us, of our generation, to do everything we can to try and create a survivable, a habitable, and a better world in the future. And that sounds terribly trite and so on. But it's like, Oscar Wilde once said, a map of the world without utopia on it isn't worth looking at. The good book says, and now I speak as not just a lapsed but completely collapsed Catholic, but the Bible has some good lines, and one of them is, without vision, the people perish. So what is our vision for the future? And I do think the CANN project, how we create a regenerative economy, that's about enhancing green and blue spaces, not just because they're pretty to look at, although they are vital for our life-supporting systems. So for me, it's a combination, strangely, of ethics, emotion, science, and politics that I'm sure Michael would recognise. And I should also say, not only am I a collapsed Catholic, I'm a recovering politician myself. I was a local councillor for 7 years at the coalface up in Ards and North Down. So I know the challenges, the lack of funding, the flip-flopping of government central legislation often, the fact that we don't have an assembly and so on, which some people say might be a good thing, given what a balls up they made of things like the RHI and so on. But anyway, we can get to that in more detail later. So, to me, and I'm going to use quite a lot of particularly Abby, I don't want to embarrass you, but I think for me what was exciting about looking at the CANN project was not just what it was about, the importance of peatlands and wetlands and the flora and fauna of those habitats, but also the way in which the project engaged with people, things like the haikus that I think Abby came up with, the images I think are all really important, particularly as an educator. The reality is most of our young people exist in a visual environment. So if you want to draw them in, you've got to use images and not just text and so on. So I think the way in which the project has been communicated is as important as what it was actually about. Because I'm a dub, although this is Kieran Hines, the Belfast actor, I used to work with his sister, Brona, in the university a few years ago. And this is him playing Captain Boyle in Casey's, Sean Casey's The June and the Paycock. The world is in the state of chassis, great Dublin term. I could use other words, but usually in the bar after a few drinks. And I do think we can't underestimate the importance of appropriately naming what it is we're facing. It's not climate change, for example. Calling it climate change is like calling an invading army unwelcome guests. It is a climate and ecological catastrophe. It is, singularly the biggest existential crisis our species has ever faced. And I'd say that not to frighten people, it's simply the science. We need to tell the truth about how bad things are. Just because you look on a green field in any part of Ireland or Britain, you don't know whether it's a nitrates disaster zone, for example. So just looking at it visually, as many of you here be scientifically trained, it's not enough just to look. You've got to actually say, well, what does this actually mean in terms of its status? I do think along with, from the other edge, or the other end of the age spectrum, the secular saint that is now Sir David Attenborough, I think Greta Thunberg and Sir David Attenborough have shifted the dial in terms of public consciousness around the planetary crisis. I mean, it should be a mark of shame in a way for our generation that it's taken young people who are not old enough to vote to go on strike for the climate, as she has shown leadership on in Sweden, and which is now spread to other parts of the world. They can't vote, but they have a voice. And I do think we have to listen to those young voices, and particularly not to outsource our hope to young people. I think there's a kind of a patronizing element which we kind of look upon these young people and say, aren't they great? I mean, they inspire us and so on. I'm not saying that's not right, but it's our responsibility as well in terms of what we can do in the various organizations that we work for. This is something I see more and more every year with the young people that I teach. That there's a sense in which, and maybe it's popular Hollywood films, The Day After Tomorrow, the Cormac McCarthy's The Road. If you've read Kim Stanley Robinson's latest novel, The Ministry of the Future, most of our cultural imaginaries of the future are not very positive. And there is a kind of an apocalypticism, particularly for a lot of young people around the future, which can lead to cynicism as well. And for a lot of young people, it literally is easier to imagine this apocalyptic version of the future than to imagine the end of capitalism. And by capitalism, I simply mean it's a description of our current ecocidal, growth-based and carbon-based economic system. It is incompatible with a habitable world. So I'm going to give you a provocative, thought there, that if we are talking about creating a sustainable future, it is one that is not just post-carbon. I think most of us are with that now. Well, apart from Vladimir Putin, perhaps, who still wants to make money out of a carbon-based economy. But we all accept that we have to move beyond carbon. I think less of us are appreciative of the need to move beyond growth. It's our growth-based economic system that is actually fueling ecocide. And for me, purely for functional reasons, that means we need to thank capitalism for all it's done, in the same way you should thank carbon for all it's done, and move on to something different. I think it is about showing gratitude for these now suboptimal energy systems. A carbon-based energy system is now simply too risky for us to continue, but also less appreciated is that the capitalist growth-based economy that we've really had since the Second World War, but it's gone into steroids in the last 30 years, that is now coming to an end. It is not possible to have that growth-based system. Just to give you an example, for a normal capitalist system to stay stable, it needs a growth rate of about 3% a year. That's 3% more goods, materials, pollution, flying, consumption. What that means is, after 20 years, you've more than doubled the economy at a 3% per annum growth rate. If you think about it, most of you are scientifically literate, the planet isn't growing. The planet is a closed system. With the exception of solar radiation we get from the sun, everything we have in the human economy has to come from within the confines of a non-growing planet. So logically, how can the human economy, which is a subsystem, how can it grow beyond the confines of the larger system? It's like a balloon in a box. At some point, it's going to burst. You could say we're coming to that point now, but it's also uneven. We, in Ireland and the UK, we have outsourced our pollution to Asia and China. If we were to include what's called our Scope 3 emissions, that's the greenhouse gas emissions from our consumption of buying stuff, iPhones, material, clothes, and so on, we would have a massive carbon footprint. It doesn't show up usually on our carbon balance sheet here because we don't include consumption-based emissions. So we have to accept this is the science. So in my view, we now have functional reasons, not ideological, functional reasons to move beyond a growth-based capitalist system. And all of these are interconnected. I would say that the pandemic is not a separate crisis to the planetary crisis. The fact is that when human beings start encroaching into wilderness areas, either for farmland or for urban development, they are releasing pathogens that have been essentially locked up away from human beings. So I would say the pandemic is part of the ecological crisis. I certainly think the most recent IPCC reports, and I'll refer to one in a moment, they are also telling us that things need to change very, very quickly. I mean, if you look at the statements of the UN Secretary General, Antonio Guterres, he's coming out with increasingly strident comments, calling out fossil fuel dinosaur nations like Saudi Arabia and indeed America for not moving quickly enough in terms of moving away from fossil fuels. But there's also some hope, and I think we're perhaps losing some of the lessons of this. How is it that during the pandemic we could see the government see an emergency and act on it? We got rid of homelessness temporarily. Suddenly money was available to furlough workers. Most people reacted positively in terms of social solidarity, of washing our hands, wearing a face mask, although there were a couple of people that I think will mean our historians in the future will say that the early part of the pandemic is the great toilet roll famine, you know, where people were almost coming to blows in our supermarkets. But more or less, the state responded positively, and also people responded with solidarity. And I don't know whether Newry, Mourne and Down, as a council, has done this. It probably has, but many governance levels have declared climate and ecological emergencies. The first was the British Parliament in May 2019, followed quickly by the Irish Dáil a week later. The Northern Ireland Assembly, once it finally got back up and running after 3 years in stasis, in February 2020, it declared a climate and ecological emergency. And at last study, about 80% of councils across the UK and Ireland have all declared these emergencies. But forgive my language, WTF, question mark. Who cares? What have we seen by the Dáil, the British Parliament, the Northern Ireland Assembly, the councils that have all declared these emergencies? How do we know who live in these jurisdictions that our lives are any different? The pandemic is what a real emergency looks like. And so I would say that we need to learn the lessons of the pandemic and use that, because I think what we're facing here is akin to wartime mobilization. We need to mobilize our resources our land, our people, our energy. And if nothing else, the two commodities we need to try and relocalize as quickly and as justly as possible is food production and energy. Because the reality is, with globalized supply chains, it means we are much more vulnerable to disruptions in terms of energy and food. This is the beginnings of an outline of a vision of a different future. We have to selectively deglobalize our economies, return back to issues like food sovereignty and food security, as well as energy security. This is one of the reports that has come out this year from the IPCC. You can read it there yourself. This is Antonio Guterres, in terms of, again, really calling out. And again, it's easy for him to say the UN doesn't have a lot of strength, but it has symbolic power that actually can be used then by people like me, or indeed yourselves in whatever capacity, to demand our governance systems. And we've got to remember, government, whether it's local, regional, or national, its first duty is to protect people. The first job of any government is to protect people. And I would provocatively say that most governments around the world are not protecting our people because they are not listening to the science. They aren't preparing our communities for very different ways of life in the future. Better ways of life, but different. That actually what we're dealing with here in a way is a refounding of our societies over the next coming decades. And just to give you a sense of the scale and how far we are behind, if we are to have any chance of keeping global average temperatures between 1.5 and 2 degrees, that's the international, the Paris Agreement of 2015, that then slipped. In the Conference of the Parties in Glasgow last year, the weak cry from our government leaders was, let's keep 1.5 degree alive. So in 2015, we said we're going to go for 1.5 to keep the average temperatures, and yet in 2021, all we could say is, let's keep 1.5 alive. If we want to keep 1.5 alive, global emissions of all greenhouse gases, principally carbon dioxide that we get from burning coal, oil, and gas, they have to peak in 3 years' time. So they have to peak by 2025 and then decline so we get to net zero by 2050. That is a tall challenge. Just to give you another statistic, on average, and particularly in most industrialized societies, we need to be reducing, particularly our carbon emissions, by anywhere between 7 and 10% a year. 7 to 10% a year. The pandemic only managed to reduce our emissions by about 6%. So I'm not saying this, as I say, to frighten you, but let's be honest about what it is we're doing, how we're failing, why we're failing, who's foot dragging, which interests are preventing us from moving forward. And I would say fossil fuel interests. It was a terrible indictment of our international system that in the Glasgow Conference of the Parties in November 2021, the single biggest delegation at that conference did not come from a country that was held by Brazil. The single biggest delegation were from fossil fuel and oil companies. What were they doing? Promoting an unsustainable, suboptimal business model to keep us addicted to fossil fuels. We've got to recognize at the highest level, we have a corruption, I would say, of our policy system around tackling this particular issue. So in between all these hectoring and provocative ideas, we're going to get some lovely images from Abby and some haikus to calm us all down. This is perhaps the most frightening thing I have read in a long time, written in the very clinical and empirical language of climate science. It's the concluding paragraph of one of the most recent IPCC reports. You read it there. We are going to miss a brief and rapidly closing window of opportunity of a sustainable future for all. Now, for me, this is the equivalent of the world's scientists screaming at the top of their voice, saying, would you please move as quickly as possible? Because I do know, I'm a social scientist myself, but I have a lot of colleagues who are the natural scientists, and they're largely men who do climate science or digging ice cores and looking at paleoecology and trying to track the Earth system. let's say they're not particularly emotionally available because most of them are probably functionally autistic, as most academics are. But when I go to the bar with them, they do get very emotional because they've been doing this work, some of them for decades. Imagine being a scientist, doing your work as diligently as you can, the peer review, you're getting the research, you're training new students, and you're handing over the data to the appropriate decision-making body, and feck all happens. And every year, it's getting worse. And this is what we're seeing. And I would call upon, although they're not as eloquent, obviously, as us social scientists, but I do think more climate scientists need to step up and step out. And I would present myself to you today, particularly those in governance systems. I'm a public servant like you. I just happen to be at a different part than you are, and we should all be helping each other. Because goodness knows, the people who are wrecking the planet are very well organised. They meet in Davos, in Switzerland. They meet in golf courses to arrange unsustainable development deals. Close your ears, Michael. The reality is that the people who are organising what I would say the ecocidal degradation of our planet are very well organised. We are not outnumbered. We're out-organised. And I do think we need to have more collaborations. That's why I welcome the opportunity as a representative of the Academy to come here and offer to hand of friendship and collaboration for those of you who, in a way, I'll be honest with you, who give a shit. This is now so serious now. This has to go outside our normal, polite parameters of professional practice. We are literally degrading the life-supporting systems of our planet and calling it progress. We need to call it out for what it is. And I do think those of us, particularly me, well-paid professors, our job now, in my view, is to be like the child in Hans Christian Andersen's story where he says the emperor has no clothes. Capitalism, growth, and carbon are 20th century. We need to move. What that looks like, of course, is the exciting prospect, and we all need to try and collaborate and work out what that is. But again, more in relation to what the CANN project is doing, as well as the climate catastrophe, we're also now facing the 6th great mass extinction event on the Earth, which is why I do get rather annoyed when you see these banners saying, oh, save the Earth, save the planet. Give me a break. The Earth has gone through 5 other mass extinction events where up to 90% of all life was wiped out. The one we know, of course, is the dinosaurs, and the meteor hits the Gulf of Mexico and wipes out the dinosaurs. We are now seeing, as a result of anthropogenic, there's your big word for the day, human-caused, through land use changes, the destruction of habitats, our horrendous abuse of living creatures for food and fuel and flesh. We don't tend to call it flesh. Quite disturbing, of course. Me being a good plant-based person, I got another electric car, plant-based, I'm woke. But we have to recognise that we're not only facing a climate crisis, but an ecosystem crisis. And of course, the ecosystem equivalent of the IPCC is the Intergovernmental Science Policy Platform on Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services. Doesn't run off your tongue. Unlike CANN, CANN has a good acronym. And you're going to see it here. The evidence is that against the normal background rates of extinction, we're now seeing elevated levels of 100 times species going extinct. Even before we can discover them, they are being wiped out. And this isn't just a sad thing. Oh, it's like the dodo, it's terrible, it's not around. We have our own vested interest in making sure there's as much biodiversity on this planet because it's in our interests to make sure, because the strength of any ecosystem relates to its biodiversity. The more species we have is a health sign. Yes, there are some keystone species that really do indicate the health of an ecosystem, but it's in our interests that we have as much biodiversity on the planet. This is an image from the CANN project. And again, it's not language we often use, but it's certainly one, because I'm interested in ethics and extending our ethical perspective beyond the human. So we can include non-humans, I also think, in our ethical purview. It's the reasons why I don't eat my friends. I eat cows and pigs, as John Bernard Shaw once said. And so these are fellow inhabitants of the planet. And I think, again, it's not a language that's used in CANN, but it's how I'm choosing to interpret it in a poetic way. It's not just scientifically literate, but there is a poetry as well, I think, to what the CANN project in the way it's presented itself. And indeed, from this part of the world, an incredibly inspiring young man, many of you know Dara McAnulty, in terms of, a bit like Greta Thunberg, there's kind of an interesting that these young people who are on the autistic spectrum, Greta Thunberg is very clear about, she's been attacked, but also Dara, they cannot bear ambiguity. They just see the science, a bit like Chris Packham as well, who is good friends also with Dara. They just see the science and it says do X, Y, and Z, and you say, why aren't you doing X, Y, and Z? And I do think there is something at this time that these young people are calling out our lack of movement on what the science is telling us. You know, to me, it's pretty clear. Of course, there's all sorts of issues of politics or the usual kind of sexist response. It's very difficult, dear. It's complicated. No, it isn't. If we don't move as quickly as we can on what the science is telling us, there will not be a habitable planet for our kids and grandkids in the future. It is that simple. So why aren't we moving as quickly as we can, as we did in the pandemic? I mean, the pandemic, in a way, is like a warm-up act for the types of things we need to be doing. Changes in all parts of our lives, where, in fact, one of the upsides of the pandemic was that people rediscovered nature, their local park or, you know, a wetland or living by the sea and so on. I think we need to capture that, you know, where people could actually hear birds rather than simply airplanes. Our air quality in most of our cities improved as a result of the pandemic. In fact, some studies show that more people will now survive and live in China as a result of the pandemic than will die of the coronavirus. You know the reasons why? They didn't fire up their coal-fired power stations and factories, which of course is going to have a detrimental effect on human health. I was saying to Abby earlier, and I really think you should take these haikus around the area here to, you know, draw people in terms of they are science-based, but they're also beautiful images. You know, as I mentioned earlier in reference to Rebecca's talk, yes, it's true, we need data because what gets measured gets done, but what gets experienced gets recognition and perhaps even love. Oh my God, he's really gone off the deep end now. It's not about love in the context of all these issues. But I do think we do have what's called biophilia. There is a natural disposition of the human species to have an affinity with their local area. And it would be wonderful if our curriculum for our young people from our primary school to secondary school, if we were to teach them in their place-based specificity, their local flora and fauna. Because yes, while there be common flora and fauna across, you know, an ecosystem, in every area there'll be particular characteristics. And I think there's something around using our young people as a way of educating them in terms of their local area. This is what used to be called the Kubler-Ross grief cycle, developed by the Swiss psychologist Helen Kubler-Ross. But it's now called the change cycle. And it really is about when you're faced with something new and shocking, something like the planetary crisis, ecosystem die out, the climate crisis, or if you get a terminal illness or you hear somebody's dead, our first reaction is denial. And we find this quite prominently in the climate issue. It's where Sammy Wilson is. Then there's shock and anger, still Sammy Wilson. I'm just using him as an example of this, where people just simply, how can human beings change all of this? Even though the science is pretty conclusive and has been for decades, but many of us react often in an instinct. Partly it's a way of protecting the status quo, protecting our interest to deny, to shock. Then, and this is my daily life, by the way, then you get depressed when you fully, oh my God, it really is as bad. And it's okay not to be okay about this issue. Again, to go back to what I said earlier, but the emotional impact of these issues, I think, needs as much recognition as the scientific or indeed the political and economic. Then there's things like CANN, which I think is about experimentation, trying to scale up new ways of interacting with the natural world. Indeed, we need to have this in terms of our economic. Like, is Newry, Mourne and Down's economic plan aligned with the planetary crisis? Has it got a green jobs growth strategy? Is it going to start developing, academies to roll out a massive housing insulation. I was talking to Eamon earlier on before we started. The single biggest policy in Northern Ireland, because of our crap public housing system in particular, it's very badly insulated, and our dependence upon oil for space heating, is housing insulation. It keeps people warm in the winter, cool in the summer. That's going to be good, because that 40-degree heat that we've seen in London, and last year with Ballywattercock becoming the hottest place in Northern Ireland, that's now going to become a much more frequent event in terms of these extreme heat. And your house being insulated keeps you cool in the summer, warm in the winter, creates jobs. I'm going to need jobs. Takes people out of fuel poverty. Wouldn't it have been great if our governments across Western Europe in particular had used the summer, when the temperature is not so bad, to massively increase housing insulation for our people? Because the kind of phrase from Game of Thrones, winter is coming. And a lot of people are very, very fearful because they're going to have to make that awful decision of, do I heat or do I eat? To me, housing insulation it's not a silver bullet. There's lots of other things we need to do. But let's start with fabric first. Before you get to your ground source heat pumps or solar panels or even wind farms, the cheapest energy is the energy you don't use. The most climate efficient form of energy is the energy you don't use. So insulation. So any of those in decision making in the room, please can you have a discussion about how can you, in whatever organisation you're in, push towards housing insulation as, in my view, one of the cheapest and quickest ways we can address this issue. Because you keep people warm, and there's a real danger that I see that you're going to get an individualised response to the climate crisis, where you get a bit of money and you can buy solar panels, a bit of money you can insulate your house, maybe get a bit of money you can buy an electric car, a little bit more money you can have a home charger. That is not going to cut it. It's very hard for people to get behind some of these green initiatives when they can't even imagine about the end of the world when they can't get to the end of the week. In the cost of living crisis, which I would rephrase as a cost of profiteering crisis, by the way, inflation was happening before the war in Ukraine, we need governments to step up in terms of providing for people some of these policies and not leave it to the individual picking middle class, guilty, educated. They're the typical person that buys these things. I stand as guilty. Because a well-paid professor can afford an electric car, have one. Can afford solar panels, have one. Can afford a fold-up bike, have one. This is not the model that we can have as part of the transition. This should be a state-led process in terms of protecting people. Again, to go back to that issue I said earlier, the first job of any government is to protect its people. And that's why, just to begin to wind up, we need hope, not optimism, as we face all the things and some of the things I haven't mentioned in terms of the interconnected crises that we are now facing. And agency, and that's what I like about the CANN project. There was a sense of getting our hands dirty, of action, that's in the name of the CANN project, of agency. You cannot outsource agency. Optimism is a happy idea that's going to work out okay. It's what we often say on this island, it's going to be grand. That's a very risky, very lazy way of thinking it's all going to be okay. It will not be grand unless you work to make sure that it's going to be grand. So we need agency, and particularly, as I say, from our communities. Never mind then from our systems of decision-making. And I do think showing people that they can benefit by seeing a re-wetted bogland and seeing flora and fauna coming back, hearing the curlew and the story of how close it was to extinction and so on, letting people know about the benefits, and even to go back to the insulation story, we need to show people that this transition beyond carbon, beyond capitalism, beyond growth is actually a better way of life. That's not a sacrifice in terms of how often many people misunderstand it. And I do think, and again, CANN represents this, I think we're going to need more forms of creativity. You know, new ways of engaging people. The science, and you talk about tons of carbon to most people, as I did as a councillor, and you don't get anyone turning up again. That means nothing to most ordinary people. Fairness, security, good public services, good jobs for the kids so they don't have to go and leave their community and so on. These things are what we need to wrap the green transition into. And I do think that there is, you know, there's a big issue in terms of the peat wars that are going to happen, where people will be forced, even if they don't want to, probably to go back to peat. And I do think that's regrettable, given that peat is such a valuable resource that we shouldn't be using to burn. I would actually say oil needs to be reframed, not as a fossil fuel, but a fossil resource. We already have, and some of the work's gone on at Queen's and elsewhere, there are other non-fuel uses of oil, because it's only when we burn oil for energy that we release carbon dioxide. What are the other uses? And what are we losing economically in terms of innovation and jobs and so on, the more we're locked into using oil for burning to create energy? And so we need to start, in my view, reframing, as I say, fossil fuels to become fossil resources. I wish I was the one that come up with the difference between hope and optimism. It wasn't. This other wonderful man, Václav Havel, sadly passed, former playwright, former president of the Czech Republic. And this is a poem he wrote about it. So you can see there the difference. Optimism is this naive and risky belief it's all going to be okay, it's going to be grand. Whereas hope allows for the possibility of failure. And we shouldn't shy away from failure. As I was saying to Abby beforehand, I mean, that's where the wonderful words of Samuel Beckett come in. Fail better. There's too often, our fear of failure holds us back from doing something innovative. But that's why I do think hope is needed in terms of enterprising, innovative ways of addressing these issues. I think there's lots of solutions and nature-based solutions. I think we have to, reverse, obviously, our sixth great mass extinction. That CANN has made a modest step in that direction. And dig where you stand, obviously, except peat, of course, but to make it local, so that, often people that the Amazon rainforest or the Indian Ocean or the fact that, the Great Barrier Reef in Australia is now dying. It's now dying. So yeah, if you got one last big trip in you, go there now before it dies. The coral is now bleaching as a result of the increase in the acidification of the ocean. But I do think about that local place-based specificity. It's not just as the likes of Michael and if there's other councillors in the room, you would know in politics, all politics is local. It's also about making this transition local so people can see the benefits of some of the actions that we're talking about. I won't go into the details, most of you would know, between adapting to a climate-changed world. I think nature-based solutions, such as rewetting bogs and peatlands and so on, can help. But also in mitigation, decarbonising our ways of life and our economies can also find in the restoration of green and blue spaces. But particularly during the pandemic, and I have one of my students, PhD student, just finished her work on this, about the multiple physical and mental health benefits of nature experience in terms of what we've seen during the pandemic. This recognisable psychological phenomenon now for our young people of nature deficit disorder, where it is not healthy for human beings not to have experience of nature, to go back to that issue of biophilia, this sense of connection that we have with the natural world. And this importance, particularly during the pandemic, of nature connection that's built on that. And this idea of repair. I mean, most of our great poets, you can see it. Tennyson, Wordsworth, and so on, even Yeats and so on, Ian Heaney. They can see the recuperative dimensions of our experience of the natural world. We have many benefits of these nature-based solutions, particularly in terms of ecosystem services, which I know we can actually quantify now in terms of what would it cost if we had to pay somebody or an innovation to pollinate our crops. That's a free gift of nature. It's not just a nice thing that we have bees and others, pollinators. It's actually a free gift, and therefore we can put a cost on these issues. And also issues around particular keystone species, of what's sometimes called critical natural capital. If we can't save all of nature, what are the most critical bits for ecosystem services? And again, to adapt. The reality is, no matter what we do, we are in for a very turbulent time ahead in the decades ahead. We will have to adapt to a climate-changed world. But also we need to move on decarbonising our ways of life as quickly as possible. And I think there's some social and economic benefits. This is the peatlands, and I do think, the importance of peat not being burnt for fuel resonates with the anti-fossil fuel movement that's growing up around the world. This is from Australia. It says, keep the oil in the soil and the coal in the hole. And I think we also need to add, and I hope Mrs. Truss is listening, and the frack in the crack. There's a real danger that Britain, under this current new administration, is going to roll back on quite a lot of its commitments in terms of the green transition. And I would see not using peat for fuel as part of this process of keeping it in the ground. It does more benefit when we keep it in the ground, or at least we find non-fuel sources for using it. Of all the haikus that Abby has come up with, this is my favourite because it has a combination of the science, you know, in terms of the scientific term being used, but that idea of safety. I think that's what we need to start creating a framing communication mechanism around issues of safety. You know, for many of you, you know your Maslow's hierarchy of needs. The very top one that all human beings need is to feel safe and secure. And I go back to what I said earlier. Our governments around the world are failing in keeping us safe from a future that's not going to be particularly pleasant for us or our kids. So our choices are this. Again, this is another image from the CANN project. Or this. This is the Canadian tar sands in Alberta. I'm a great fan of Lord of the Rings, like a lot of men. This is Mordor. This is a degraded world that we're in. Are we going to be so desperate for oil that this is what we're going to do, to destroy the earth, create incredible amounts of pollution, use incredible amounts of water to create oil, as they have done? Or are we going to restore the earth, it seems to me? And I do think in Northern Ireland, given the torturous time we've had of a climate change bill which to me is milk and water, it's not particularly radical, although if Edwin Poots had been here, we could have had a disagreement on that issue. But I do think the types of initiatives that the CANN project is about can help open up a different space, because even down south, it's probably even more severe. 27% of our greenhouse gas emissions come from agriculture in Northern Ireland. It's just over 40% down south. And we've seen a similar dynamic of farmers versus the climate, which was unnecessary. But I do think we have to recognise that it's there. And perhaps the CANN project members felt this between landowners, farmers and this. But I do think we need to see that a just transition for agriculture. We simply cannot continue a grass-fed beef and dairy sector as we have done on this island. It is unsustainable. The science doesn't stack up in terms of you being able to decouple having more cows, pigs, sheep, and decoupling that from carbon, from methane in particular. Methane is a much more potent gas. It's less longer lasting than carbon emissions. That's our problem. It's cows belching and farting and other ruminant animals like pigs. It's simply, it's scientifically impossible. I think we need to be honest with our farmers and say, you know what, it's okay, it's grand in that sense. We're going to put in place transition mechanisms to help you. Pay farmers to sequester carbon and public money for public goods as a model, rather than paying farmers as they have been incentivized since the Second World War to grow food as quickly and as cheaply as possible. They were simply responding to government policy. So it's not to blame farmers, but that business model is now broke. It's unsustainable. So new models of land stewardship, which I think CANN indicates in terms of ecological stewardship, and particularly again reference to CANN co-created. There'd be nothing worse if this was a meeting of local farmers here in Newry to have me as a professor from an urban area coming in and telling them what to do. That's not what this is about. We can provide people with the science, but I do think it's local voices that we need to co-create those solutions. And bogs are a great way of capturing, I think, people's imaginations, because they are quintessentially associated with this island, and indeed there are some very big bogs across the water in GB. And I think there are actually peace-building dimensions to this, not least because CANN had a cross-border dimension. What about rewilding the border on the island? In case you didn't know, there are many nature parks and examples from North and South Korea, Eastern Europe and Africa of rewilding and restoring nature as part of a reconciliation project. And that's the reality. You know, we're talking about science here. It doesn't care about politics. It doesn't care about your religious affiliation. It might be something that can bring us together. Again, Is there potentially a vision, a uniting vision in what I'm saying here, that can help even in our frozen peace process that we've had here in Northern Ireland? I mean, to me, it's always lacked Northern Ireland. That is, what is its vision? What is it supposed to be? Where is the promised dividends that were to come from the 1998 agreement? Is this an element that can help us restore some of that? And then for those of you who are of one particular persuasion, perhaps, there's no United Ireland on a dead island or dead planet. You know, will a United Ireland actually help us deal with some of these issues? It's completely absent, as far as I can see, from the debates around reunification and a border poll. So regardless of one's position on that, the top issue, before you even get to United Ireland, the remaining part of the UK, how is it going to help in addressing the planetary crisis? So I'd like to congratulate you all involved in this project. Again, to go back to how the way the project was presented is a combination of the sublime I'm using here and science, which is wonderful in terms of the images, the haikus and so on. I think we need to see more of this sort of thing, as Father Ted might say. And I do think it's innovative in terms of both what the project was doing, but how it was presented, but also with the engagement with landowners, which I know probably wasn't always easy. And I think the importance of cross borders. You know, nature doesn't respect borders. You know, air pollution is going to flow across any border. So therefore, we need to have a cross-border perspective. And we do need more collaboration. As I said, I'm here to offer my service to anybody who's listening as somebody else in the public sector, and I'm not the only one. At this time of crisis, where are we mobilising expertise and knowledge to help you in the local government sector, central government sector, engaging with our communities, our farmers? That to me is a sense of excitement and purpose. I mean, I'm constantly challenging our Vice-Chancellor at the university. How can we continue as academics with a business-as-usual model of knowledge production and teaching when the world around us is falling apart? We're some of the dumbest, smartest people ever, it seems to me, in the academy. So when I'm critical of government and so on, I'm also being critical of my own sector at the same time. And again, and I didn't know that Rebecca's talk was going to focus, you know, quite rightly on data, is that issue of what gets measured gets done. Are we measuring the right thing? And I would go back and say that our measurement of economic progress, economic growth and gross domestic product is not measuring the right thing. It doesn't measure the health and beauty of our children. It doesn't measure the unpaid work of women in our homes. It doesn't measure the voluntary activity that many of us get involved in our community, all of which I presume most of us would be positive about. GDP is simply a measure of acceleration and use of goods and services. Tells us nothing about who's gaining from growth. For those of you from the Republic, we've even had the bizarre phenomenon in the Republic of Ireland of jobless growth. Jobless growth. Who wants that? So again, I would argue that growth, capitalism, which depends upon growth, and carbon, all of those three need to be moved on, given a good burial or a good wake, because it is Ireland after all, thanked for their services and moved on. And I think, though, as a suggestion for the next stage of CANN and where it goes, let's get into rewilding. Not just conservation and preservation, actually rewilding, seeding parts of the natural world back to nature, let it do its own thing. And that's why, literally, this is the first thought that comes to me, because I do like a bit of poetry. The only reason why I like poetry is, like many of us are busy people, I read lots of scientific and other reports. Poetry you can consume very quickly. It's like whiskey. Get to the pure drop. So I read quite a lot of poetry because I can't have the time to read novels and so on. And Emily Dickinson's lovely poem here about hope. And hope being the thing with feathers, which nicely connected in a way to the references to birds in particular in the CANN project. So thanks for listening, and sorry I've probably gone on far too long. We now have a short video based on the CANN project, but I also do weddings, bar mitzvahs and baptisms. But thank you for listening.
The CANN project, successfully working together across borders for environmental conservation. The CANN team are leading groundbreaking conservation work on some of the most iconic sites across the project area. This video showcases some of the innovative and cutting-edge techniques the team are using, as well as looking at some of the time-tested and traditional methods. It is focusing on 7 protected habitats, as well as 10 protected species, including birds like the hen harrier, the golden plover, and the red grouse, insects such as the marsh fritillary butterfly, and freshwater species like the white-clawed crayfish. The CANN project, Collaborative Action for the Natura Network, is helping to restore natural habitats and protect endangered species across a range of project sites around Northern Ireland, Ireland and Scotland.
My name's Marc Ruddock and I work for a charity called the Golden Eagle Trust, which is an Irish charity, and we're one of 11 project partners in the CANN project, which is looking at the restoration of habitats and species across Ireland, Northern Ireland and Scotland. So the CANN project is an amazing project working to try and restore various landscapes, and the key underpinning factor for many of the species is the condition of the habitats. If the habitats are right, the birds will be there.
The thing about bogs is that they take thousands of years to form. This particular bog is over 7 or 8 metres deep, and we know that peat takes roughly about 1,000 years to grow 1 metre in depth. So this bog, we know for sure then, is somewhere in around the region of 78,000 years old. So when a bog is healthy and it's growing and dying and growing and dying and it's building up that material underneath, it's constantly taking carbon out of the atmosphere, which is why peatlands, both blanket bogs, fens, peatland woodlands, lowland raised bogs, all of these habitats are so important for locking carbon into the ground, taking it out of the atmosphere, and they're one of our most important tools for combating climate change. They are better than even our woodlands and our rainforests for storing carbon within the ground, taking it out of the atmosphere.
My name is Roisin and I am the site coordinator here on Sliabh Beagh for the CANN project. And today we're going to take a look at one of the really interesting bits of conservation we're doing, and that is cattle grazing, reintroducing cattle to the mountain to try and open up some of the vegetation to allow the ground nesting birds to come back in and use them. Traditionally in the Irish uplands, a good few years ago, a lot of it would have been grazed by cattle. So one of the hopes we have with the grazing is that it'll help improve the condition of the mountain air, and it'll allow the birds to come back in, and it'll make the mountain more fire resilient, and it'll help with the management of the hill here and return it to favourable status again.
I'm Raymond Wilson. I'm a PhD student from Ulster University. We're here on Horseshoe Lake in Clones. This lake historically was known as the best lake in the UK and Ireland for stocks of the white-clawed crayfish. They're under threat now from invasive species and crayfish plague all throughout Europe. The thought is, if we can get some of these lakes back in a better condition and maintain the populations, then it can be what's referred to as an ARC site, where crayfish stocks remain unthreatened here and can be moved where the population declines.
We're standing in the middle of Corbally Ponds Fen in County Down. There are 3 world snails associated with wetlands in Ireland, and one of them is called Vertigo melinsiana. Having this very interesting population of small snails poses the question, how do we look after them? If by neglect, nothing much in the way of management were to occur, the encroachment of dense vegetation has become so bad that we can find no snails at all. It has to be managed sympathetically in a manner which would have been adopted over the thousands of years of existence of this habitat, and that is what we would hope to do.
Loch Arrow is a designated special area of conservation, and one of its most important species are the charophytes. Charophytes are the freshwater equivalent of the coral reef. So they are providing shelter and habitat for some of Loch Arrow's most important species. At the minute, one of the things that is threatening this really important species are an invasive species called Elodea nataliae. And what it does is it competitively excludes our native charophytes. So basically it overgrows them and stops them from growing and thriving in the lake. What we did here at Lockbrick Bay was we laid 2 lanes of jute going out into the bay, with the overall aim being that we would kill off the Elodea and allow the charophytes to come back through. So already we found, from what we've done here, we found a 90% reduction in the Elodea under this jute, and we're seeing the charophytes growing back through already.
My name's Deb Baker, and I'm the site coordinator for the CANN project on the Isle of Islay off the west coast of Scotland. So we're on a site called Duich, where there are some invasive rhododendron. We are working to remove the rhododendron from the bog.
Hi, my name's Ang Harrods and I'm the Conservation Officer for the CANN project here on Islay, working with ACT. This rhododendron here you can see has been treated. All its leaves is scattered on the ground around it, and it's just left the dead stumps and twigs left from the bush before. You can see this rhododendron here has got brown crinkly leaves, so you can see this has been sprayed and the spray is taking effect. So these leaves have taken up the toxic chemical and are now dying off, which is a really good sign.
This is Peatlands Park, which is one of the most important raised bogs in Northern Ireland. Northern Ireland itself is very important for raised bogs in the UK context, but unfortunately they are degraded. Our project is all about kind of restoring these sites so that they can actively form peat. So this is a baby Scots pine. There are Scots pine all up around us here, and lovely tree, native tree, but we don't want it on a bogland, so we will take that off where it's invading up there. We'll keep it within the woodland, but we'll take it all up on the bog itself. Rhododendron, I think, comes from China or Asia, and is a massive problem in Ireland, and highly invasive plant across the whole world, actually. Once you cut it, there's a fresh surface and it takes up the herbicide very quickly in a big suck, literally within a few minutes. If you leave it for more than a few minutes, a seal forms and it's not as effective. So we want to use as little chemical as possible to control this weed. We're very lucky today because we've got loads of volunteers with us, and so many hands make light work with this kind of job.
Due to really high visitor pressure on Cuilcagh, the sensitive montane heath habitat on the summit became really badly eroded. One of the things that we wanted to try to repair that was use this organic geojute netting, which provides a substrate and a structure for vegetation to recolonise bare areas. The way that it's used is that it's bedded down across areas of bare peat and bare rock like a blanket. And once it's laid down like that, it's secured using pegs to make sure that it doesn't get blown away by the wind or any other bad weather. And then once it's bedded in, we take donor material, so turfs of vegetation from the surrounding area, which are laid down carefully and sensitively to kickstart that revegetation process. And then given enough time, those surrounding areas will start to recover.
The €9.4 million of funding has allowed vital research to be carried out into the habitats of 27 special areas of conservation. Using this mapping and research, the CANN project has produced conservation action plans covering 25,000 hectares of land. The project has also carried out direct conservation work from these plans on 3,650 hectares of land. These plans and the work carried out will have an impact long into the future, changing the conservation status of many of the sites from poor to favourable. The CANN project has worked with landowners and local communities to raise awareness of the value of their places, delivering educational and outreach programmes that bring these special areas closer to the hearts of the people who live and work on them. The environment will continue to reap the benefits of the CANN project long beyond 2021 and the lifespan of the project.
That was brilliant. So can I first invite for an overview of the CANN project, Shane. If Shane is here, able to come up. Thank you. Oh, by the way, people were asking about my presentation. More than happy to pass it along. If you contact either me, John Barry at Queen's, happy to send you it, or indeed you can contact the organisers. Anyway, Shane, over to you.
Thanks. Not happy with John, because how do you really follow that? So I'm the only person who's not impressed with you, I think, John. Good morning, everyone. My name's Shane McGivern, and it's a pleasure to be here today to celebrate the achievements of the CANN project. I work for Newry, Mourne and Down District Council, and we've been the lead partner on the CANN project over this last 6 years. I would like to begin by thanking our speakers so far this morning, Rebecca Jeffrey of MPWS, Gina McIntyre of SEUPB, Councillor Michael Savage, Chair of Newry, Mourne and Down District Council, and our compar, Professor John Barry. So many of you here today will have been involved in the CANN project throughout the years and will know the project well, but just to put it into context, CANN has been a cross-border environmental project which has improved the condition of protected habitats and supported priority species across the 3 jurisdictions of Northern Ireland, Ireland and Scotland. With €9.3 million in funding from the Interreg 5A programme, we've carried out direct conservation actions across a range of project sites encompassing over 3,600 hectares of land, and have guided these special areas of conservation towards a more favourable status. The project is made up of 11 partners, including local authorities, academic institutions and charities, and the CANN project team has worked together with government departments, local communities and stakeholders towards that common goal of improving the environmental condition of these SACs. This work has included delivering education and awareness and outreach programmes to show really the significance of these habitats and species found on our key sites, with the ultimate goal of safeguarding the conservation of these sites and ensuring the sustainability beyond 2022 and the lifespan of the CANN project. In terms of our key outputs, the CANN team have worked on producing 26 conservation action plans for a range of sites designated as SACs. These CAPs are a massively important part of bringing these sites back towards a favourable conservation status and will be a guidance document to bring about positive environmental change. Stakeholder engagement has been a really important part of the CAP process, as the landowners and the stakeholders are educated in the importance of these sites, and that buy-in has been successful to the CAP being implemented. A key part of the CANN project has been the partnership approach to cross-border sites. CANN has provided us with the opportunity of a joined-up approach and really been a brilliant platform for knowledge sharing. The project is split into a number of work packages, including management, communication, mapping, monitoring and evaluation, conservation action plans, upland peatland and associated species, freshwater and lowland raised bogs and Cuilcagh, with the responsibility of project management and communications with ourselves as lead partner. So the talks today will detail many of the works that have taken place on the ground and have helped bring our project goals to fruition. Examples of some of these work have included habitat mapping, surveying and monitoring of invasive species, lake water quality, bird populations, water table monitoring, microbial source tracking, but just to name a few. Some of the on-the-ground actions have included drain blocking, nest protection, targeted vegetation restoration, grazing management and removal of invasive species such as conifers and rhododendron. You may have seen the paper bags on the left-hand side on your way in today, and these actually contain charcoal that was produced from the rhododendron that was removed from Peatlands Park. And this was a real innovative way that Ulster Wildlife came up of recycling a waste product, and hopefully you will find it useful for your barbecues. So also produced have been wildfire management plans that have been completed for Cuilcagh and Sliabh Beagh. These plans allow stakeholders and responders to understand the fire risk and the landscape management needed to alter the fire behaviour in the area, and therefore reduce the risk of further landscape scale fires in the future. The plans provide recommendations to encourage actions to sustainably manage the environment and improve the responders' capacity to control wildfires and reduce their impact on our peatland habitats. Again, community buy-in and stakeholder engagement has been really important in making the objectives of this work more achievable and more sustainable. As I said, during the course of the day, you will hear more directly from our CANN project staff. But just to say, from a Newry, Mourne and Down perspective, the project has been incredibly rewarding. Our role as lead partner has involved much of the behind-the-scenes work, organising, chairing, facilitating meetings, steering committee meetings, work package meetings, partner-specific meetings, government department meetings, working with our colleagues in the fantastic CAB project to knowledge share, meetings with SEUPB, a lot of meetings. But obviously, it's a very important part, and because we've spanned out so far, that communication has been key. We've worked to process claims on behalf of partners, working with our partners in EBR to make sure expenditure, and all our partners know well of me and Peter chasing them every 3 months to make sure that everything's right. Gathering forecasts, procurement plans, and any other requests that our partners had, and that's, I suppose, a flavour of the work of what we've done. But outside of our project management, the communications and outreach work has been a very important part of the project, and Professor Barry there alluded to some of the work even that Abby done, some of those haikus, and it's it's really essential to try to reach people on a personal level rather than these just not bland, but scientific messages that people don't necessarily understand. So we've worked with our partners to deliver a range of community events, workshops and seminars, and some of these topics have included stakeholder engagement, wildfire management, macro photography, and many other things that Abby McSherry came up with that I would never even been able to think of. And with COVID, as has been mentioned, it brought a lot of this work online, and it really opened up the size of the audience that we could engage with. Other deliverables in this work include our project our website, press releases, coordinating podcasts, radio, TV appearances, and our video, which you've seen this morning. You can see it there at the bottom of the screen, some of the examples of the signage that was recently completed across a number of CANN sites, and really is a great legacy to the works that were carried out, and really will be there in the future to demonstrate the importance of these sites. Our colleague Chris McCarney in the ABC Council has worked with local stakeholders across jurisdictions, and that work has included training for landowners, staff and volunteers, establishing guardian structures at a number of CANN sites to ensure the communities around these sites will continue to care for their environment when CANN is finished, and lesson learned guides and fact sheets which will ensure key learnings are carried into future projects. Just in terms of the legacy, thanks to the CANN project and the result of the works completed during the project lifespan, we've seen a restoration of the habitats and in turn improve the fortunes of the priority species at these sites. The details of the pressures and threats now captured across the sites allow us to prioritise future actions, and there is a much deeper understanding of the baseline condition for a range of priority habitats and species which will inform future management and conservation. Partnership working has been essential to this work. Education and awareness has been vital. I think that one of the most important elements of the project is the removal of the threats from the CANN sites. These sites were quietly going backwards and have now been given a chance. This in conjunction with our conservation action plans. These documents will continue to serve as guides on the management of these sites long after the project is finished, and I think that is something that everyone should be very proud of. I would like to just finish by expressing my thanks to everyone who made CANN possible. I would just firstly like to acknowledge Sam Upson, a finance officer with our Scottish partner ACT, who sadly passed away earlier this year, and she was a brilliant worker. and I would just like her to be acknowledged today. I thank our government department reps from DAERA, MPWS and Nature Scott for their continued support. I thank our landowners and stakeholders who have worked alongside our partners to make the project possible. Thanks to our steering committee for their unwavering support throughout. To SEUPB, in particular Andrew King, who was the officer who worked on the project from its inception right through to the end. Andrew was always there to help, and we could not have done it without his support. I thank the wider teams and our partner organisations, such as the finance staff and the admin staff, who kept all that essential work going, which is just as important in such a large project like this. Finally, to the fantastic project team of over 30 staff, your passion and your dedication for your work is what made CANN possible. Throughout the 6 years, and particularly throughout the upheaval of COVID, you all continued to deliver and perform, and it has been an honour to work with you. So thank you very much.
That's great. Thank you, Shane. The rhododendron charcoal can also be used for bonfires, whether at Halloween or on the 11th. I'd like to invite Pamela Arthurs up next, and I'm so happy that she's not a member of the ERG, which I misread. That's the European Research Group, the rabid right-wingers in the Tory administration, but she represents the EBR. So, Pamela.
Thank you very much for that introduction, and I'm very pleased that you didn't introduce me as a member of the ERG. Might have caused some problems across my directors, who are all politicians, both north and south. It's brilliant to be here today and to see so many of your faces in real life. We've really had a difficult period throughout COVID. Not meeting and actually talking has certainly been detrimental. It's been detrimental across a number of areas, but certainly in terms of working on a cross-border basis, it has been. I was speaking to one of the elected members there, and we were saying, thankful. We were lucky that we did have our Teams and our Zoom, but we're now at a stage where that's in the past, we're moving forward. So East Border Region, most of you, I hope, are familiar with East Border Region. Those of us who are members and work with East Border Region are extremely proud of the organisation. We have worked for almost 50 years now in promoting cross-border cooperation here on the island of Ireland between our colleagues, both north and south. We are a 100% political organisation. We have all of the political parties, north and south, as members. And again, that has been very important. They've worked together at a local level through good times and bad, through challenging times. And I mean, you might ask the question, well, why, as a 100% political organisation, are you part and parcel of this project, for example? We're part and parcel of a number of Interreg 5A projects across a range of different areas: economic development, environment, infrastructure, to name but a few. And that is because the elected members on the board of East Border Region are elected members from their local authorities, and local authorities have a duty of care to all of the people of the region, and therefore that is why we're working in this sphere. Really, our core is about maximising the opportunities, the cross-border opportunities, that's our niche, cross-border, for the people of our region. So obviously, to date, the Interreg 5A programmes, which fund cross-border activity, have been a key area in which we have worked. So, for CANN, not an area that any of us who work in East Border Region are familiar with, but that was really quite irrelevant in terms of the role that we had here. what we had to do was initially look at the call which issued from SEUPB, and I would say to you this is relevant now because we have thankfully a 1.1 billion Peace Plus programme on its way shortly, opportunities for this type of activity. So that's where we all should be interested in the whole mechanics of how we actually came to develop the partnership and to implement, be successful first of all in receiving the monies, significant as they are, and implementing very successfully the project. So initially, and we'll go back to this again no doubt, for Peace Plus, analysing what is SEUPB, the managing authority, looking for in this particular area. What we did initially, I think it was actually in this room about 7 years ago, 8 years ago maybe, bringing all of the partners, the possible partners together, looking at what the partners' priorities are. There's absolutely no point in you being involved in a project if it's not going to do anything for your organisation. If it's not what your priorities are, there's no point in you being involved. So looking at that first of all, and then identifying the partners who are best placed to deliver. What will their role be? And does that realise, in the first instance, their own aims, some of those, not all of them. In cross-border cooperation, there's always some elements that may not be there, but it's the joint cross-border priorities that are important. Again, you're sitting in an organisation which is not cross-border by nature, but the overall programme has to be. So what we will look at is encouraging cross-border cooperation, the communicating, the sharing ideas, and what happens, no matter what sector we're working in, we see it, you've always got common areas, because we're really not that different. And again, and I know that Shane has just talked there, identifying an organisation to lead the project. There was no obvious leader of this project at the outset, because leading a project has huge responsibilities and legal responsibilities. So therefore it's necessary that whoever and whatever organisation does that is very clear on those responsibilities. And again, Newry, Mourne and Down, in this case, covering activity away outside of their own area. I have to pay tribute to the then Chief Executive, Liam Hannaway, who decided, yes, I will go with that, because I feel that it's something that the council should be involved in. And again, I think you'll all agree that you had a very good lead partner in Newry, Mourne and Down District Council. What are the challenges particularly, and what were the challenges for the project? It's a very large strategic project, €9.4 million. And again, I think it'd be remiss of us not to thank the European Union, SEUPB, for delivering that money. And again, we still have it, despite Northern Ireland not being in the EU, in the Peace Plus programme, to thank the EU for that, and for the fact that they identified this area as one of their priorities. 11 partners isn't easy to manage either. And again, you had some of the partners with absolutely no cross-border experience, a wide range of organisations, and for those without EU experience, indeed for those with EU experience, there is a huge amount of administration there. So all of the rules and regulations must be followed. There is no grey areas when it comes to claiming down EU funding. And I know, and I'm looking at some of your faces there, I know that many of you would have said throughout the course of the project, what do you need that for? I mean, why do I have to spend so much of my time in administration? Because I just want to get out there and do what this project says it's supposed to do. We hear that all the time across all different projects, and unfortunately that comes with the territory. When it's EU funding, you follow EU rules and regulations. It doesn't matter what your own rules are or whatever, or what the different countries are, it's around the EU if you want to draw your money down. And unfortunately, or maybe it is fortunately, what happens, as we all know, you spend and then you claim retrospectively. So the harm is done, so to speak, when you come to claim. But, and I want just to have a thank publicly my own East Border staff, and you've had a number of different staff on this project, and I think, to be fair, they have done an excellent job. Yes, there have been challenging issues, but they have done an excellent job, and I certainly appreciate the work that they do. Can I just talk now about, and this I'll finish up on this, the implementation role of East Border. What did we actually do, which is maybe different in you know, in other projects which may not have had ourselves as a partner in organisations such as ourselves. At the outset, we provided training on the Interreg 5A rules. Again, that was for every partner. And that happened on an ongoing basis as maybe finance staff changed or whatever in the different organisations. Very importantly, and in trying to mitigate you having spent and then there being issues, we would have looked at the procurement documents beforehand, you know, just to ensure that you were doing everything according to the rules and regulations. And more important, to make sure that you were actually able to draw down the monies that you had allocated to yourselves, that there was no ineligible spend, because none of you wanted to go to your bosses in your different organisations, say, by the way, you know, that 50,000 we spent cannot be drawn down or whatever. That just is something that didn't happen on this project. We would have helped as well, because communications publicity in EU rules is extremely important. We would have helped there. And 100% verification expenditure, what does that mean? Well, it basically means before your claim was submitted, we knew that every element of that claim should be in accordance with the rules and regulations and should be drawn down. There's a 0% error rating on this project. Again, what does that mean? It's very important. It means that the project has been managed well. The average is 11% across funded projects and across Europe. So 11%, I don't think any of you would want to go back and say, by the way, to your bosses again, 11% actually it cost our organisation because we couldn't draw the money down. So again, we've helped there with the budgetary management, with the forecast, all the things that Shane just quickly you know, talked about there, but actually is really time consuming and very important. And again, just that advisory role for each of the partners. And again, I think we worked very well in conjunction with Newry, Mourne and Down as well, which is essential. But as a partnership, it was very clear again that, you know, the CANN partners did work well together. Teething problems at the outset, every project has them, but again you can see, and on, you know, the presentations today, it has been a job well done. And what I would say to you now is, moving forward, really think about the Peace Plus. We are doing it. We have been you know, having talks about that. We're hopeful that Peace Plus will open in the autumn of this year. Well, we're in autumn. We keep saying it's going to be open, whatever. But again, that should happen soon. And again, we will be there, we'll be ready and willing, and again, to do the job that we did in the previous programmes. But thanks again, thanks to everybody. I know it hasn't been easy, but at the end of the day, you know, we are grateful, we're thankful, and, you know, for the monies and for the fact that the EU is still there to fund this type of activity, amongst others. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pamela, particularly for somebody who has never touched EU funding for research with a barge pole because of all the administration. About somebody like Pamela, perhaps I would countenance it. So I'd like to call upon Marc Ruddock up next. So Marc, you're very welcome.
Just into the afternoon. Good afternoon. I'm Marc Ruddock from the Golden Eagle Trust. I don't know whether I count as a southerner or a northerner, a South African that works for an Irish charity but lives in County Down. So I don't know if that's the embodiment of the CANN project, or I have an identity crisis. Oh, I think I'm one of those functional autistic people that Professor Barry was talking about earlier. It's my job this morning just to touch on, and I can really only really touch on it because there's so much that's been done through this project, and I'm going to touch on the monitoring, mapping and evaluation section of the project that had a number of partners involved in doing that, and there were the main essence of the mapping and monitoring section really was understanding and informing works and future management on these different project sites. Of course, that involves, in essence, examining what's on sites, where it is, when it's on site, and understanding why it's there. So there was a number of the project partners involved, including New Mourne Down, Scottish Natural Heritage, now Nature Scot, Ulster Wildlife, SEUPB, Ulster University, ACT, IT Sligo, now ATU, and ourselves in the Golden Eagle Trust. So the focus of the T1 work package included a number of sub-packages, including the development of methodologies, training preparation, habitat mapping and baseline condition of terrestrial sites, monitoring of action and vegetation conditions on terrestrial sites, hydrological mapping and monitoring, of course on the aquatic sites, ammonia deposition monitoring, bird species monitoring, the mapping of lakes, and also white-clawed crayfish stock assessments, balance of groundwater and surface water quality, and monitoring of lake water quality, examining lake nutrient status and associated weed growth, and of course involved a large amount of data review, data interpretation, with a very expert team throughout the different specialities, looking at reporting and mapping. That information can be used, and of course a wide range of teamwork, both within and between partners in delivering that. So in the first instance, the development of methodologies, training and preparation involved at the outset of the project, but of course on an ongoing basis, that was to look at what was appropriate to informing the project and how that could work, and that took place on an ongoing basis. Of course, the habitat mapping and the SCIR, some very novel techniques being transferred and learned through this project, with training delivered from Scotland to partners in other jurisdictions as well. So really sharing of best practice and information was really, really important. The survey methods, of course, developing forms for recording, tablets, and a variety of methods of capturing information. And that knowledge transfer between partners was absolutely key. So in terms of the habitats that were involved, these were obviously set by the priorities of the Interreg programme, and included active raised bogs, alkaline fens, blanket bogs, calcareous fens, marl lakes, petrifying springs, transition fens and quaking bogs. And many of these habitats remain, unfortunately, in unfavourable conditions across our landscapes and in need of restoration and management. And this project had a huge opportunity to play a part in doing that. So in terms of the terrestrial habitats, the project was looking at the distribution of the habitat, the distribution of invasive species, identification of threats and pressures to try and understand those, and looking to identify opportunities for management and action. Often, as a scientist, you're involved in describing things, but the excitement of this project, it actually took both elements. It took the understanding, knowing what was there, and actually delivering on some of those through the project project duration, which for me is certainly an often novel part of those, and that integration between scientists and practitioners and actually direct delivery is really, really important and a fascinating part to be involved with as well, and seeing those works deliver, and I'll touch on a little bit later on, seeing the outworkings of that as well, even more so. So sites were across a range of sites on Islay, 2 main designated sites there, at Dúic and the Rins, Sliabh Beagh, Cuilcagh Mountain, Bowleybrack Mountain, and a number of lowland raised bog sites as well on in Northern Ireland, and some cross-border sites in Monaghan as well. In Scotland then, Ben Nevis, a range of sites there as well, Cockenhead Moss, Cocoa Flow, Muckram Locks, Trotter's Ridge, Glencoe, and the Moffat Hills. So of course, to understand these habitats involves a range of field surveys, remote sensing surveys, looking at LiDAR, remotely collected information, obviously as well, to look at drainage, SCIR interpretation from remote sense data, habitat condition assessments being done visually, looking at herbivore and grazing assessments, ammonia monitoring, a big threat to many of these sites with ammonia, water table monitoring. And the key findings that were produced, there's a varying condition assessments of between favourable and unfavourable, a range of threats to these peatland habitats. We were able to identify areas for action for CANN, and of course identifying future actions for the CAPs. For example, Ulster Wildlife monitored over 80 dip wells across 13 bogs over 3 years, manually and electronically logging data on the water table, understanding through actually measurement that there has been a stabilisation or an increase of water tables after the blocking of drains. So seeing the outworkings of those direct actions and actually being able to measure those through the project has been incredible. And all of this making these sites more resilient to change, moving them closer to favourable condition status. Additionally, the ammonia monitoring as well, a critical thing with ammonia monitoring stations, readings taken regularly interpreted by CEH, and it's demonstrated the widespread pressure that this is having, including at these local sites, and by understanding allows us to develop measures to mitigate these and other factors that can operate as a threat. In terms of the lessons learned, infestations of rhododendron and invasive species is a fundamental issue across these and threat across these sites. Self-seeding conifers invading upland and lowland bogs, and often revealed to be more extensive when you actually start to look than any of us realised. Thousands being identified on some of the upland sites and really affecting many of the bog sites. The water levels were highly variable during different seasons, and the restoration of bog and blocking of drains can be rapidly improved, and really very rapid changes can be implemented through these managements. The information from the monitoring and mapping data is available to implement management, both through the project alongside landowners and site managers. And the LiDAR data was highly useful for planning some of the restoration as well. In terms of the terrestrial habitats, there was a big legacy from this project, both with understanding the information to be used within the project, but also for going forward. 7 habitats maps produced for sites on Islay, 13 maps produced for Northern Ireland and cross-border sites, and 7 wider Scotland habitat maps also produced. The information was utilised to inform direct action and restoration and re-wetting during the lifespan of this project. The information's been supplied along the way and for going forward for statutory authorities to inform management and condition assessments. And looking at, there is a need to look at ongoing monitoring of conditions to establish future changes and document the restoration effects of some of the actions over time as well. The information has been utilised to detail comprehensive action plans for the sites. So just the conservation action plan there. So that local site level has been absolutely brilliant to develop. In a wider context then, the aquatic habitats are also critically important. One of the main complexes was the Marl Lakes at the Kilruski-Macravely Lake Cluster. And it was known before the project that the nutrient per water was of exceptional clarity, and that rare plants and animals are adapted to these conditions. But it was known that the deterioration of the lake's ecological status had been noted previously. So the CANN project aimed to look at and understand lake morphology, water quality and nutrient status, causes of nutrient enrichment, lake hydrology and groundwater contribution, understanding how these systems work, and the presence and absence of population status of important species such as white-clawed crayfish. In a slightly different habitat in Loch Arrow, another one of the aquatic sites. It's a European protected site, both as an SAC and an SPA, and it's an important example of an Annex 1 habitat of hard oligomesotrophic water, and contains good populations of benthic vegetation of the charophytes that were mentioned earlier. Geography is slightly different at Loch Arrow compared to the Marl Lakes, as the catchment set in karst geology. Response to rainfall can be much more rapid, and of course this lake system is much larger compared to the Macravely-Kilruski cluster. And here the CANN project aimed to also look at lake morphology, water quality and nutrient status, the causes of nutrient enrichment, the groundwater contribution, understanding the distribution of charophytes, and of course the invasive species that was mentioned previously. So each of these aquatic sites involved a different range of works that were carried out. At Macravely, there was a range of works looking at monthly water quality surveys, seasonal lake chemistry profiles, the collection of water level and weather data, radon surveys, crayfish surveys, charophyte surveys, botanical surveys, source tracking of fecal pollution, and a wide range of expertise and people involved in delivering that. At Loch Arrow, similarly, surveys of water quality, seasonal lake chemistry profiles, collection of water level and weather data, radon surveys, charophyte surveys, invasive species surveys, tracking of pollution, catchment maps through DSM and photogrammetry, bathymetric mapping, LiDAR mapping, analysis and a comparison of past and present flora. So a wide range of expertise and skills required to deliver that. In terms of lessons learned, and it really is only touching on the intricacies and the amount of information that has been generated through all of these aspects. So at Macravely, radon measurements have identified groundwater seepage zones, and there's indicators for strong seasonal variation in groundwater transfers to the lake. Quantitative estimates from the radon measurements are unlikely to be valid beyond the season of the survey. Given the duration that some of these surveys could take place over, it was allowing a lot of spatial and temporal understanding of what was actually happening on these individual sites. Looking at microbial source tracking of fecal pollution in the lake sediment can confirm suspected sources, and the decay times of microbial markers under different sediment conditions require further investigation before routine application. There's a huge, not only a huge spatial variation in crayfish abundance, but crayfish activity and also trapping success vary considerably during the survey season. This has implication for data surveys, comparison between surveys. You can see on the map there the groundwater seepage zone identified in the north of Dummy's Loch. The brighter shade indicates higher radon concentration, and interestingly, that's the only remaining area of charophytes in that northern fringe. So understanding why things are happening through the scientific monitoring has provided excellent insights in what can be done both during the project and for going forward. In terms of Loch Arrow, the map of Iladea distribution, or greater understanding of the extent and status of the various weed infestations around the loch, and it's one of the main impediments to favourable conservation status at this particular site. There's extensive Iladea infestations which affect the native charophytes populations, but mapping allowed prioritisation for subsequent work packages through T4 in looking at delivering actions and matting control measures to be implemented, but understanding where that action needs to take place is obviously key first and foremost. So the information utilised to inform the CAPs and the direct actions obviously in the individual sites. In Loch Arrow, the likely cause of the decline of the charophytes is due to the invasive species, and at Kilrooski, the likely decline of charophytes is nutrient enrichment as well. So measures to reduce nutrient inputs from the catchment or control their release in the lake should be implemented to restore their condition, and potential causes for the loss of the white-clawed crayfish populations in Kilrooski include predation, poaching, pollution and pathogens. There are still some knowledge gaps, and understanding those things have been prioritised obviously for future action through the CAPs. So a wide range of aspects involved, and as well as the terrestrial and the aquatic habitats, there was a species component to the work that was undertaken through the mapping and monitoring work programme. And obviously these two were prioritised based on the Interreg priorities, and mainly included hen harrier, a range of bird species including hen harrier, corncrake, red grouse, and of course the ever declining wading bird species such as lapwing, snipe, curlew, golden plover, redshank, and then the marsh fritillary butterfly as well. So these suite of ground nesting bird species and the butterfly, they're known to be suffering national declines, and management actions are required, and this was known at the outset, but understanding where those were on individual sites required detailed surveys, investigation of distribution and abundance of species, identification of threats and pressures, what is causing the declines and where can improvements, and looking for opportunities for management and direct action, both within the project and future prioritisation through the CAP document. The surveys were undertaken across a range of sites as well on Islay, Sliabh Beagh, Cuilcagh, Bolybrack, and the lowland raised bog sites across the project area. So in terms of the works that were carried out, these were ornithology survey teams. They also involved communities, local gun clubs, and citizen science. For ourselves, Golden Eagle Trust, ACT, the Islay Natural History Trust, Glenue Game Sports and Ochre and Clocker Gun Clubs, River Blackwater Catchment Trust, Tadavnet Gun Clubs and Emyvale and True Gun Clubs, the Raptor Study Groups, and Raptor Scottish experts as well involved. And of course that liaison with local biodiversity or species expert within communities, and training opportunities identified and encouraged in the involvement and reporting of different species through the people on the ground in those communities is now and will be even more important going forward. So the key findings, so there was a range of surveys involving transects, vantage points, dawn and dusk watches, and telemetry studies as well. So there's important some of the key findings, there's important populations of hen harrier on Islay. In fact, the entire Islay hen harrier population we now know is as big as the entire population of Northern Ireland, in fact bigger than the entire population of Northern Ireland. So an amazingly important resource on that island. And we know that Sliabh Beagh, Cuilcagh, are also important for those species. Cuilcagh in particular, discovering undiscovered pairs of that species and really getting to grips with understanding how many actually are on some of these sites and roosting on some of the lowland raised bog sites. We know there's important populations of some species such as red grouse and snipe on Sliabh Beagh and Cuilcagh, and wader populations on Islay. There's a range of threat and actions that have been identified through that. In terms of lessons learned, we know those important breeding wader populations on Islay included oyster catchers, redshank, snipe, curlew, dunlin, common sandpipers, lapwing, ring plover, and there were fewer species recorded on some of the Northern Ireland and Irish sites. Snipe were an absolute indicator of this project. Incredibly, drains that were blocked on some of the lowland raised bog sites in a preceding autumn. By the following breeding season, snipe had returned to breed on those lowland raised bogs, and indicating chipping, drumming, and clearly evident the minute the water level came up, the invertebrate food supplies for them, and really an epitome of that, if you build it, they will come. Mantra that really does influence so many of these species. We know species like curlew are heavily disturbed in Northern Ireland and Ireland, and the golden plover surveys on Cuilcagh revealed new pairs and improved knowledge and understanding of the range. We know there's poor productivity of some species in Ireland, including hen harrier, which was much higher on Islay. And the tracking studies of some of these species gave us fascinating insights, truly cross-border understanding of what's actually going on. This is a map here showing a hen harrier that was tagged with a satellite tag on Islay, and it has left and travelled a variety of islands to get on to mainland Scotland, headed up towards Inverness. And since I produced that map for the presentation, it's actually turned back and a couple of days ago was on Mull, and it's now on the Cowal Peninsula. So fascinating understanding of what these species are doing through the work. And this map here of a buzzard that was tagged on Sliabh Beagh, doing a full tour of Northern Ireland, and looks like it's headed back, and it's only a few miles from here at Keady, having visited Ballycastle or Donegal, Ballycastle, County Down, and now it's just a short distance from here. But I think understanding this just shows us that species at an individually protected site can be important both within and beyond the boundary of that site. So I think that there's a much wider message. This is only a handful of birds that we were looking at, but that message is really those sites can have much wider implications than what we think, and great understanding of that. In terms of the species monitoring, so the Marsh Fertility and Northern Ireland and the Irish sites, there was a few records found. Islay surveys over the past over 3 years found a great year for 2021 and huge numbers of flying adults and larval webs. The Islay Island metapopulation appears to be going through a boom period as part of their characteristic population fluctuations, and this data has been shared with other organisations, Butterfly Conservation Scotland, to inform future work on those species as well. And of course, there's a wide level of outputs and conclusions that can be drawn from this understanding and information that can be used. So there's suboptimal habitats for many species. There's a range of pressures and threats, including disturbance, turbary, drainage, fragmentation, wildfires, and a wide range of issues happening. Understanding the distribution abundance can help inform conservation management and future monitoring needs, and the knowledge increase in species opportunities requirements for long-term management actions, and the CAPs, of course, is key for setting directions for stakeholders and communities for future mapping. In terms of what's been done across these work packages, both terrestrial, aquatic and species related, that information has been used to deploy project actions, and best practice has been applied throughout, and informed development of conservation management throughout the project duration and for the future. And of course, there's a wide abundance of resources that have been produced through the project that'll stand the test for long-term management. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Marc. I think not only do you have an identity crisis, you're probably outside your natural habitat. You're probably used to being up mountains and down bogs. And one for Abby, I mean, how could you miss quaking bogs? That's just crying out for a haiku. And also, I'm suffering serious beard envy now. There was a picture of one of your colleagues there with a proper full beard. So I'd like to invite up now Shirley Clerkin to talk about Sliabh Beagh.
Hi everyone. Nice to be here. Oh, back. Okay. Okay, so I'm Shirley. I'm one of the steering group members of the CANN project, and I work for Monaghan County Council, and a number of my colleagues work in this project. So Rory Sheehan, Paul Sherlock and Sandra McQuaid. So this is Sliabh Beagh. And if you're going for a walk across Sliabh Beagh, you'll be going across the top of the tufted mountainside and down the ridge of the stones, or the bog of the stones. And you might go across the speckled ridge and the speckled bog, and maybe go across the rock of the trout or the rock of the badger, depending. You may wade through the rising lake and maybe try dangerously to go over the vigorously moving lake. You may go over to the far side lake or go close to the shore on another lake. Head to Coonyon to the small corner, go to the long hill, or go to the oakwood of the wet bog. These are all the place names on Sliabh Beagh in the cross-border site that we have here, which involves a number of designations. So we're looking at Bragan, Barratatoppy, Eshnaglock, Eshbrack, Carnabrock, Knocknanearla, Loch Nahiri, Loch Gulan, Loch Porton, Loch Sala, Loch Atraw, Coonyon, Mullafad and Downahasco. So those are the places that people recognised thousands of years ago when they were travelling this landscape by foot, and when the blanket bog and the habitats were developing there, and the rain was pouring down and the blanket bog was developing. So that's what we're looking at. But now what we're looking at, of course, from a scientific perspective, are these mapped habitats, which shows a really mosaic of habitats across a huge area of 12,000 square hectarage. So we're talking about 1,124 square kilometres, something like that, over this whole area. So it's a massive site, and you can see the border running right through it. And so we have an SPA, an SAC, an ASSI, an NHA and a Ramsar site. But what does all that mean to the average punter? Or what does that mean to the wildlife that are living on this site? Or what does it mean to the sphagnum moss trying to grow in a hummock and lay down that peat and become a carbon sequestration, do its carbon sequestration function, hold in the water to protect the water quality? You know, what do all those designations mean? They mean not a thing unless we're actually doing something about protecting them and to removing those threats that are on these sites. So what we were, I suppose, given, or what we agreed that we would try to do at the start of this project in this room, I think you're right, Pamela, I remember being in this room trying to negotiate an agreement amongst, I think we had 12 organisations at one stage, and then we broke it down to 11, and to try to broker an agreement on how we'd run this project. So we were targeted with improving 1,112 hectares, which is a large area. But we've managed, we believe, to at least put 1,229 hectares towards a better future than they had at the start of this project. we agreed to produce 2 management plans, one for Northern Ireland and one for the southern side of the site. Unfortunately, it couldn't be agreed that we would do one overall plan, so we had to do 2. But we did manage to do one overall plan for wildfire management for the entire site of 12,319 hectares. So it's a massive, massive undertaking. So this is obviously why blanket bogs are important, and I thought I'd put this little infographic on the bottom because this is the one that Abby did with us that we distributed around the libraries and the services around County Monaghan about why blanket bogs are important. And this really did strike home these easy to read figures, you know, your ecosystem services made real. And what we proposed at the beginning was to try to target these threats on Sliabh Beagh, on this huge mosaic of blanket bog, wet heath. We've got oligotrophic lakes up there as well. So what we were trying to do, so we were trying to do invasive species removal, get some grazing management in place, do some drain blocking, vegetation restoration, wildlife management and nest protection. So if you can see those pictures there on the left-hand side, we have where they've gone and basically with a high mac or a big digger, digging out those thousands of years of, you know, essentially fossilized carbon, archaeology, whatever you want yourself. And on the right-hand side, one of the burns that we had, one of the fires that we had more recently on the SSC or the SPA. And then below you can see the vegetation trying to recover after a fire. So obviously the fire has consequences both for local air quality as well as for the actual habitat itself and for the per burned eggs or the little burned frogs or lizards or whatever else becomes, you know, that's the end of that for them. That's the end of their life for their non-human lives. That's where they've ended. So this is the site on Sliabh Beagh. So I'm going to do before and after, and I'm going to threaten the steering group members with a before and after picture. So just try to look your best at the moment because maybe I do have one. But this is before, so you can see the self-seeded conifers here. So they're coming from a stand of coniferous plantation that's nearby that have then self-seeded over the last 30 years out onto the bog. And each one of these represents a danger point from the point of view of a ground nesting bird. So that they would actually maybe be, you know, so your predators hanging out in the bird up in the tree there and looking to see where it can actually find some prey. So they're actually a danger point. They actually, as well as that, of course, are drying out the bog around them with their roots. So these invasive species, so that's before, and of course procurement, there's all sorts of things you have to do to try and get a contractor up there, and after. I tried to do a Hollywood sign, I missed, sorry, I tried to get it to sit on the hill. Anyway, on my small screen I thought it did, but anyway, never mind. So they've been removed, and before and after as well. So it took a lot of hard work to get those removed. So we've removed, I think, let me see how many hectares. We've removed 76 hectares directly of conifers on a bigger, much bigger area. So each one of those was a different polygon that we removed so many per polygon, which then restored a whole bigger area because there's no self-seeding conifers in that bigger area then, if you can imagine that. This lovely picture, which looks like 2 hanging leaves, is actually drains that were put in by the Northern Irish Forest Service where they were going to plant trees in the bog, and then they changed their minds because nearby there's actually that red area above. The little hatched box is actually an area of failed forestry that was planted on the peat and which didn't actually work. So they did dig all these drains, but they never planted the trees, luckily. But neither did they fill them afterwards. But we did that as part of this project. And we've managed, and the water table has risen really quite well. So you can see here, it's hard work. It's not always sunny up in Sliabh Beagh. It's actually usually like this, or hailstoning, or horizontal rain and wind. So you know all those the weather, that's an important part of these habitats too. You have to remember that. So all your species are obviously, they've evolved to deal with that weather. But we need to experience that weather too, don't we, to feel free and wild and all of that. But here's one of the drains that has been blocked with a peat dam, so using locally sourced material from a borrow pit to one side and then keyed into the drain, and then you can watch the water level rise. And the water needs to be within 10 centimetres of the surface, obviously, to let all of the layers of the turf and the sphagnum to grow the way it needs to grow, to deposit itself, to make itself into peat. So you can see here on the left is a borrow pit where the peat was removed, and you can see already how it's filling into a very shallow little pool, and how on the right hand side here you can see the sphagnum that has been in the bottom of the drain sort of rising up to the surface quite beautifully, obviously. From those who know all of the 24 or 25 or whatever there are species of sphagnum, all the beautiful colours that there are. It's a beautiful, beautiful species. Now I don't know if you can see this, but these are the drains. It's probably too dark, but on that picture you can actually see the little peat dams running across, and you can see the little dots, which look almost like a piece of leather stitched together, doesn't it? But that's the bog with all its little borrow pits and the peat dams on it, all stitched back together beautifully, knitting our landscapes back together. And here we have another little sorry tale. So this is one of the fires that we've had on Sliabh Beagh. We had quite a dramatic one in 2017, just as we were doing this project, and which destroyed a large area of the site on which we were proposing to work. But this was one of the fires, I think last year, the year before, and you can see the fire service here. And so we've worked with fire services, both north and south, and the different owners of the land, and the different statutory agencies, with the experts, Pau Costa from Spain, who know all about this, to develop a fire management plan. It's a very complicated plan. It deals with topography, the movement of fire, slope, all these kinds of things. And when you look at that, they're looking at the type of even smoke that are generated by these fires. So this is a first generation fire, which is the type of fire we would normally have in Sliabh Beagh. But if you bear in mind the predictions that are there for future climate change, the different types of weather that we're going to have, the increasing drying weather conditions that we're going to have at certain periods of the time. Mostly on Sliabh Beagh at the moment, we have 1 hour fuels and 10 hour fuels, which light and ignite maybe quite quickly in very dry conditions, but maybe don't have the ability to sustain over long periods of time. But if your surface gets drier and drier because of increasing drying conditions, obviously, it can then make its way into the peat itself and become a smouldering fire or burn longer. And particularly if we don't deal with the one thing that we can deal with, which is fuel load. So on sites like this, we have on Sliabh Beagh, if you know it, it's a mountain in a Monaghan sense, maybe, right? In that it's a big plateau. Now we like to think it's a mountain, but if you compare it to Cuilcagh, it's a different kind of thing altogether. It's a more gentle kind of a place. So it's got a soft topography and reduced slope, which means that the fire doesn't go as quick maybe as it would on a steeper slope, because fire increases speed as it goes downhill, obviously. But the only thing we can deal with is fuel, the fuel load on the site. So what we're trying to do in Sliabh Beagh is look at the things where there's been undergrazing, for example, or the site has been drying out because of the drainage that's been put in there. So where there's a lot of that millennia, that grass that kind of looks like a straw, which ignites very quickly basically, but can set out a fire depending on weather conditions and the speed of the wind and the wind direction, and whether it funnels down a particular topography, how fast the fire will go. And I mean, as a council worker, I don't want my colleagues up there walking 2 kilometres in their full fire gear with big shovels trying to put out a fire. I mean, it's mad. So we have got this great wildfire management plan, which divides the whole area into strategic management units, which tells the fire brigades where to go, which tries to contain the fire into smaller management units, which is better for everybody. So the factors, obviously, that will affect fires in the future are climate change and land management. And when I was going back over our fire management plan last week to do this presentation, I was struck by how in that plan, which we did in the middle of 2021, we were talking about the fires that had happened quite recently in California or whatever. But even since the plan has been written, the thing has gone even much worse, even in the last year. And it really struck me when I was reading the plan again. It really became real to me. And particularly when they talk about that at temperatures of 40 degrees, dried out peat can self-ignite. It can just ignite itself. Now, if you have a very dry, degraded habitat, can you imagine like the legacy that would have for our wildlife and our species, and somewhere like Sliabh Beagh? And the IUCN have said the only long-term solution for addressing wildfire is to actually return these to fully functioning bogs again, to raise the water level as much as we can. And one of the things we're doing, and it's seen on the video there, was the grazing. And we saw Rory in that was his pandemic haircut, wasn't it, Rory? his pandemic haircut, talking to Pat McKenna, the farmer who's doing the grazing agreement for us. So we have 500 hectares currently in that grazing agreement, where he uses these cattle with the collars, where he has the virtual maps on his phone. He can move them around remotely. He can see where they are at night time, where they're sleeping, and that can reduce the fuel load by grazing on that millennia, particular times of year, so that we do have these natural fire breaks on the mountain. So notes for next time, and rather than doing lessons learned, I thought I'd do notes for next time, because even though the next time scares me greatly, because the project is so demanding, in and around, as Pamela said, the procurement, the administration, there's so much work in all of that. Everybody will agree before you get near blocking a drain or doing any of those things. And but at the same time, I think, as John Barry said, we need to do this work. There isn't any other option. The other option is, it's unconscionable. We just cannot go there. So what we have to do is take these local actions. And one of the things I like about these nature-based solutions is that when you look at them from a local perspective, you get a real local benefit. You're doing a global thing because you're contributing to maybe habitats that are nationally or internationally important, but you're also, you can't see the carbon. It's an invisible thing, but you can see your better habitat. You can see your wildlife, you can see your beautiful sphagnum mosses, your gorgeous sedges, your lovely bog cotton. You can see it all. So it's something that's really experiential from a local point of view. But lessons from next time is that a landscape approach really is required, and we really do need that. For a place like Sliabh Beagh, you need all the agencies, north and south, at all levels, local, national, international, working together. You really do need everybody. Climate change will be the driver. It will be the driver for changes for peatlands, particularly Blanket Bog, with the changes in precipitation now and for the future. And it's something we really need to think about. There's a very short season to undertake conservation works. And when you're trying then to fit in procurement as well, you really need longer than we had. You need longer all the time to do these works and to get all of the science right and everything. I think we do understand improved conservation status better than we did at the beginning of this project. It was something we had long debates about. I think people who are involved at the start will agree. And how was that going to be measured by the funding agencies at the end of this? How are we going to say to the funding agencies we'd improve anything? Because it takes so long for habitats to recover. It takes so long for the changes to be seen. You might see the water levels raising in a drain, but it takes a long time to see those other actual benefits. Really, the digital mapping of sites, essential at project stage. I would say, working on a cross-border site and the difficulties and the legacy of the troubles, it is part of a nature conservation project. The legacy of these sites on cross-border areas that have been no man's lands, which have been maybe only used by a few people because other people didn't go there, that is something we need to consider in ecological projects for cross-border sites. In my view, I wouldn't do a cross-border conservation project again without a community facilitator on the team. And then, of course, the North-South statutory agency cooperation is essential. And thanks to the team who worked on the project. There's Rory and Paul standing close to a drain, not in a drain, and some just beautiful colours of the sphagnum moss. And I would really like to thank our project partners for all the work and help on this project, and particularly Newry and Mourne District Council for putting up with Monaghan County Council, and to the EBR for all the verification and all of our other partners. It's been wonderful to work with everybody, and particularly, I have to say, I wished we'd got to Islay more. It's been fantastic. So thanks very much.
That's brilliant. Thank you, Shirley. Very poetic, which seems to be a theme for this project. Pandemic haircut. I like it. Mountains in a Monaghan sense. A lovely, lovely phrase. Just let you know, folks, in the interest of time and your stomach, we're going to not do the Q&A at the end. I'm just going to have the last two presentations, then we'll break for lunch. So can I invite up Deb Baker? Deb.
Right.
There we go. Hi. Hello, my name's Deb Baker and I'm the site coordinator for the CANN project on the island of Islay, and I work for Argyll and the Isles Coast and Countryside Trust. We were one of 2 Scottish partners in the CANN project, the other partner being Nature Scot, formerly known as SNH. So we worked on 2 SACs, Duich and the Rins of Islay. That was the bulk of our work. We predominantly worked on invasive non-native species removal, rhododendron and conifer. We also did some deer management work on the Rins of Islay, and as Marc has discussed, a lot of monitoring. Partway through the project, we were given permission to work on the neighbouring island of Colonsay. For those of you who've never been to Islay, don't know anything about the geography of the west coast of Scotland, Islay is the larger island with the 2 red stars. There are 2 sites, and the wee island off to the north, that's the little island of Colonsay. Colonsay has 1 landowner, and for the past 10 years, he's been working to remove rhododendron from the island with the aim of making Colonsay rhododendron free. There was only 1 part of the island that hadn't had any work done on it, a small crofting community on the northwest side of the island. And we were given permission by the funders to go in there and start working with the crofting community in removing rhododendron. So what did we achieve in terms of our practical works? Well, we've worked on about 130 hectares of land, and they've undergone multiple years of rhododendron removal and treatment. And this is really important. We didn't just go in and do 1 cut and then walk away. That's historically what's happened on Islay when agencies have come in, they've gone in, cut a load of rhododendron down, walked away, left the landowner to get on with it, and they haven't. We were able to keep going back to sites, some sites 2 years, some sites 4 years, and that's really got the rhododendron under control. So for example, on Duich, Nature Scot have said that the work we've done is now moving the whole of the SAC towards a favourable condition. So that's some 500 hectares that's affected by the work that we did. We've also removed or worked on 118 hectares of land, removing conifers, and again that was on our main site of Duich. Now, most of the basically, the rhododendron on Islay has been planted in woodland to provide game bird cover in the past, and that's then spread out onto the bogs. We haven't been just removing the rhododendron from the bog, we've also been removing the rhododendron from the woodland because that's the seed source. Big mature plants, there's no point just taking it off the bog, you've got to tackle the seed source, and that's what we've been doing. So in these woodlands, we've planted some 2 hectares of native tree planting. Around 1 woodland, we constructed a deer fence. Those of you that have attended work package meetings over the past, year and a half know the saga of the deer fence. We got there. It's up. It's done in the nick of time before the project finished. And that's going to keep the deer out of that woodland. The rhododendron's now gone. That's going to give the chance for all the native plants to regenerate, and that's really important. We also trained 12 landowners on Islay and Colonsay in getting their pesticide and chainsaw certificates and giving them the skills so they can get on with doing some of the future control work themselves. Marc has covered a lot of the monitoring that we did. That was an important part of the project for us. We completed 2 conservation action plans. That was our target. I'd like to give a bit of a shout out here to my colleague, Angharad. The Rins of Islay SAC is quite unusual. It's not just one discrete geographical sort of unit. It's lots of little pockets over the whole of the Rins. They're not connected. So Angharad had to complete, I think, in the end, closer to 6 conservation action plans for the Rins of Islay. And that was a huge undertaking. We produced a deer management plan for the Rins of Islay. We got a consultant in to work with the Rins Deer Forum. The Rins Deer Forum is an unconstituted deer management group, basically. The consultant produced a deer management plan in the early days of the project. Unfortunately, the Deer Forum didn't take forward any of the recommendations. COVID then came along, the group has lost a lot of momentum, but Nature Scott are planning to sort of get the group going again. They have ownership, or the group have ownership of the report, and we're hopeful that with Nature Scott's sort of guidance, some of those recommendations can be implemented. We employed the Islay Natural History Trust, which is a small charity on the island, to carry out 3 years of marsh fertility surveys and 3 years of bird surveys. Marc has covered that. And we carried out some site condition monitoring and produced 6 reports. So that's all that's the headlines, isn't it? That's our targets, that's the things we've done. But the project is much wider than that in the effect that it's had. I don't know if many of you are very familiar with Argyll. It's the 4th largest county in Scotland. It's situated on the west coast. It's very sparsely populated. We have 23 inhabited islands, of which Islay is one, Colonsay is another. And it's predominantly classed as a remote rural location. And it has all the economic and social issues that you would expect from a remote rural location. We're very proud, ACT are very proud, that 80% of our contracts went to businesses based within Argyll. And sometimes it was only businesses in Argyll that tendered, so that's straightforward. Sometimes it wasn't, but our contractors were able to use their local knowledge about weather and transport and infrastructure to put in good tenders that meant that they were successful against larger businesses from down south or in the central belt of Scotland. So we're really proud of that fact. All of our contractors were either micro businesses, small businesses, and we actually awarded 4 of our contracts to charities. And why is this important? It's important so that contractors, you know, when you're offering a multi-year contract, a 3 or 4 year contract to a small business, that allows them to plan. It allows them to see that there's value in conservation work, that it's worth upskilling their employees so they are successful with these contracts. It's been really beneficial to ACT. We're a really small charity. When I started working for ACT at the beginning of the CANN project, we had hardly any staff, and we've really grown in the past few years. It's helped us develop capacity. It's helped us develop skills, and I'd like to say go back to procurement and things like that. Undoubtedly, Joanne, you've held our hands through a lot of this, and we've learnt so much, and it's been really useful stuff for us to learn. And it's raised our profile as an organisation on Islay, and it's raised our profile on a wider sense. So people are now coming to us and asking us for advice as an organisation. It means that we now sit at the table with other groups discussing how to take things forward. So some of the lessons that we've learned. First, a practical one. If you're dealing with big, mature rhododendron and you can do stem injection, do it, because it is really, really effective. It's targeted, it works really well, you have much less regrowth than other methods. And yeah, we shout out that we really, really like this method, it's great. It sounds obvious, doesn't it, that it's hard to deliver a project on an island, but actually it is really, really difficult. Someone that lives on the island, and Harrod also lives on the island, yeah, you don't anticipate some of the problems that you're going to have. Although 80% of our contractors were from within Argyll, only a couple of those were actually on Islay. So most of our contractors still had to travel from the mainland, and they had to cope with weather and ferry disruptions, lots and lots of ferry disruptions for different reasons. And also just like a lack of accommodation at certain times of the year, because Islay is a real tourist island. You know, if you can't get somewhere for your staff to stay, how are you going to do that work? Well, in some cases, sleep in a tent, or the prices were so high that it was really eating into their profits. We had to think really nimbly about how we responded to some of these situations. It sounds obvious to say that you need to get landowners to trust you before you deliver a project, but it's really important. ACT had never delivered a project on Islay previously to CANN. And, you know, it's very tempting. You come in with your lot of money and all your ideas and say, we're going to do this. Isn't it great? And landowners are like, we don't know who you are. Who are you? You know, what is it you want to do? They want to know that they can trust you. You've got to build up that trust as initially an outside agency. And that's a really slow process. 5 years at the beginning sounded a long time, but as we head towards the end, it wasn't very long, really. And some contractors, some landowners, we really had to enter in very long negotiations with before they would permit any work to take place on their land. And that's all about trust. Communication, obviously, really clear. You have to have really clear communication with the landowners and the contractors. You have to keep going back sometimes to reiterate that, because sometimes messages become confused and that can lead to problems. And one thing that we really noticed on Islay is the need to develop contractor capacity. As I said, we only awarded 2 contracts to an Islay-based charity. We didn't get any other Islay-based businesses apply for any contracts at all. We found that some contractors didn't have the skills, or they just weren't used to the fact that they would have to competitively tender for something. That's completely out with the culture of contractors on Islay. So where are we going forward? I'm pleased that we've managed to secure funding for an onward project. That's great for me and Angharad because we've got jobs. It's great for ACT. But it's the lessons that we've learned on CANN that have really informed this future project and is giving us continuity. You know, things like developing contractor capacity, that's a fundamental part of our next project. And, you know, it's really good for us, it's really good for ACT, but more than anything, it's what we're here for. It's really good for the environment. Thank you.
Thank you, Deb. I used to like rhododendrons until today. I used to be coming up in almost every presentation. I particularly like the way in which you could offer economic sustenance, you know, to local businesses, and I think that's an important lesson. For those who are interested, particularly from the local government perspective, I'd encourage you to look up community wealth building as a way in which procurement budgets from public sector organisations can help sustain and increase the resilience in the local community, as well as Deb pointed out, of getting people, whether they're businesses, small or medium, or charities, to see the value, the economic value in nature conservation. I mean, the reality is restoring and repairing nature is a job and economic opportunity. There's lots of jobs, there's lots of work for us to do. And I certainly think, you know, Deb gave us an example. Imagine that being scaled up in terms of a much bigger, you know, restoration and preservation project. Although it sometimes is not the spirit in which it's expressed. For me, when you were talking about some of the initiatives you were doing was take back control, which of course has been corrupted by another political project. So last but by no means least, we have Frances Lucy. So Frances.
Hello, everybody. I'm very pleased to be here today after 6 years of the project, and at a time during which my institute changed its name to Atlantic Technological University, and we had a series of other you know, notable events. Our project manager, Sarah Meehan, had 3 children during the CANN project. And yeah, so 2 of my former PhD students are involved in this project, Sarah Meehan and Rory Sheehan. So, and a third, Darren Garland, has submitted his thesis and is awaiting his viva. So very proud of that. Our team from Sligo included Dolores Byrne, who's here today, Darren Garland, Sarah Meehan, Hagan O'Neill, and of course the colleagues in administration who helped with the procurement. I can't leave them out. And we also worked with the UU team Jörg Arnscheit, and his student Raymond Wilson, who were mentioned in the first talk today, and our AFB colleagues, notably Yvonne McIllarney, who's here today as well. So I hope I haven't left anybody out. So we're a little bit unusual because we were working on the actual lakes and the water, and I realised today that possibly, you know, you were all trying to get the water in to help the plants, and we were trying to get the plants out to help the water. So maybe that was a fundamental difference. Our basic principle in T4 in Loch Arrow, Loch Arrow is a lake, it's about 12.5 kilometres squared, so we were working on a conservation hectarage of approximately 1,000 hectares. Stakeholder engagement is a very important part of this project in terms of managing invasive species. I'm a freshwater ecologist, I work on invasive species, that's my area. And so we were trying to work on Loch Arrow. Unfortunately, in the last number of years, Loch Arrow has been colonised by zebra mussel and also by Eladia nataliae. So we were working on management actions, and I think the management actions for Loch Arrow have been mentioned a number of times already today, which makes my job a lot easier and probably brings lunchtime a little bit quicker for you here. We wanted to actually see, could we do something on the lake? Now, with any invader, you want to prevent their introduction, and you want to have an early alert that they're there. But usually what happens by the time an invader is found, they've come to the stage where they've become widespread. And we're really talking about the management of that species, which we're bound to by in the south by a regulation, an EU regulation on invasive species. So it's very important. This project provided a very important opportunity for us to work on a management strategy that it would be a trial, as Rebecca noted earlier, but also possibly could be used for other lakes, for other species, and I'm going to show you a little bit about that. So communication, I put the slide here to remind myself about how important communication was. So we had a number of stakeholders in the community, and they are the guardians of the lake. They manage the lake, have done so for years in terms of community actions, but also in terms of angling. Loch Arrow is a very important wild trout angling fishery, and there's a very active local angling group who are very involved in this project. Also, Inland Fisheries Ireland provided us with a lot of help and also form part of the communication as a legacy of the project. So you can just see there on the right-hand side, that is just one very small part of weed. If you snorkeled the lake, imagine the top of the ceiling here is the surface of the lake, and we're all sitting on the bottom of the lake here. The lake is surrounded by weed, okay, and there is an awful lot of it. So you can try and in a very controlled way remove the weed, and we did a little bit of that, but really, you're not going to manage to do that in all the areas in the lake, as I mentioned. So how could you control it? We using the mapping that Marc mentioned and the local knowledge of where angling is important in the lake, we decided that using a trialled method that's been trialled and used for the last decade by Invest Biosecurity, that we would actually put out a roadway in the lake where we could control the weed, and that we would buoy that off so that it would provide a biosecurity corridor for boats going in and out of the lake. We don't want this weed to spread to any of the many lakes that are in the area, or Cavan or Monaghan or anywhere else. So we want to prevent the spread of the weed becoming attached to the bottom of boats, which is one of the major vectors of spread. So we try to control the pathway of spread by putting down the jute matting. And when we did that, so just go back here. When we trialled this, we put it out, and then we put We did some work on it, some scientific work. We discovered that the jute matting was extremely effective. Not going to bore you with the statistics. So there is a paper there if you want to read it. We picked this area called Lockbrick Bay, which is used for angling, and with the help of the angling community, we put down a biosecurity corridor. So there's not much point putting down this biosecurity corridor if there's no information there about what it's about, and there won't always be locals down there to advise people coming onto the lake. So thanks to Abby, the communications part of the team, we have, this is one of the big poster boards that's down there at the lake to explain to people about the weed, about preventing the spread of the weed, and showing them sort of the weed cutter there and the extent of the weed, so they get some idea about why they would want to conserve other lakes as well as managing spread of invasive species. We had a celebration down at the lake. We launched the biosecurity pathway, and we had a number of local people down there. We had our own team down there, the whole team you can see there, and we brought in Prof. Joe Caffrey, who's an expert in invasive species, to talk to people about the weed. So that was a very successful event, and people are aware of that. We also have a biosecurity box there that we can fill with disinfectant at angling competitions to make sure that people are dipping, clean, check, dry all their equipment, and make sure that they're not going to spread invasive species. So this is just a very short video where you can see a boat going out through the biosecurity corridor, okay? So you're going to say to me, well, what's the point? Because Marc showed us a map earlier on that showed the weed was all over the lake. But as I said to you, this route has the jute matting on the bottom of it. So when people are coming in or going out, leaving the lake, they're not going to be bringing the weed away with them. Another event that was held last Saturday in Lough Arrow was the production of a booklet for the local people. So that's a legacy element there on the actual conservation, all about the lake, all about the reed beds, and also about the work that we did on the project. So if I was to say about Lough Arrow, Rebecca brought up a very good point there, and she talked about, you know, legacy, and I would use the word sustainability. Well, what's the sustainability of that action? You know, is that jute going to last forever? No, it's a natural material. That's why we used it. It does biodegrade. So we have to be very careful when we have projects that we try to ensure that the community people have supports, whatever those supports are, to enable them to continue on managing those actions, so that we're ensuring that the legacy of the project is continued, that we're continuing, that our management actions are not all going to be undone by the period of time in the future, because that's, to me, that's really, really important. You can leave a project. I've been involved in lots of projects. 10 years later, you drive down the road and whatever it was you were controlling is like laughing at you at the side of the road. So we don't want that. We want to find a way forward, whether it's a new project or whether it's a way of just directing people who are coming along. This secondary succession is really important, because a lot of the time the community members involved in projects are older people in the community, and we want to try to find a way of making sure that younger people get involved and they realise that this is their space, this is their place. And interestingly, during COVID, Lough Arrow became a lakeside resort for the local people. And people were telling me, and very bemused people in their 50s and 60s were saying, do you know, there were people down here with their deck chairs every day by the lake. So I think that people are, that COVID opportunity is there to be had. It's just a short time ago, and if we can find ways of engaging communities, that is the key. It's key to the whole thing. Otherwise, you know, won't succeed. So very quickly, I also want to present to you some of the work that was done in Maharavili and Kilruski on the nutrient limitation. So Marc gave a very good overview of the work that was done in Maharavili and Kilruski lake clusters on the crayfish work. But they were also doing some very interesting cutting edge work, trying to see if they could find a way of removing the phosphorus from the lake. So the phosphorus in the lake is like you putting fertilizer on your garden at home or whatever. And we say, oh, well, look, if we do everything just right now and we stopped all phosphorus inputs, we still have a big problem because there's a lot of phosphorus in the sediment in the lake. So they were trying to find a way moving forwards that they could actually reduce that. So this is just showing you, if you've got too much phosphorus, you've got too much phytoplankton, and they were trying to find a way to investigate the quantity of the release of the phosphorus from the sediment and how it contributes to the nutrient status. And so they did various laboratory trials on this, with a very important, removing just a 10 centimetre sediment from the bottom of the lake. What would that do? Would that improve it? I mean, I know you have to find a way to do that, but they were just doing it in the lab to see. And then putting a nitrate, dosing that in to see, would that be effective at reducing it? So they came up with some very interesting results that suggested that obviously, you need to do more experiments. That's what we usually find as scientists. The more you try, the less you know. That's sort of how it works. So that's just being very honest. But they did actually come up with looking at a way of maybe seeing it. They first understood that the recycling is a problem, and that happens at certain times. At certain times of the year, the water is very still, and then when it remixes again in the autumn time, sometimes in the springtime, that you're getting this recycling of the phosphorus. So that's a problem. They did actually see that that maybe dosing it or dredging it would decrease it, but field trials are required for that, and obviously it would require a lot more work before you'd even think about going and doing that in a lake. So that's the end of my talk, really. I'd like to thank everybody on working with everybody on the steering committee has been a real pleasure, and to particularly thank Newry, Mourne and District Council, and thank EBR, who were so helpful to us, but all the partners. And we've made friends, and even if we don't work together in the future, there's lasting friendships, but hopefully we will be working together. So thanks very much, and enjoy your lunch.
So 3 babies over the course of the CANN project. Was that correlation or causation? And if it is causation, Pamela, can this be put down as an EU deliverable in terms of... So listen, folks, we're going to end the 2 sessions from this morning. I'd like to thank all our speakers. Apologies, we've gone over time and we haven't had a chance for the Q&A, but can I say now for you to not horse it into you. We've got plenty of time for lunch, but we'll start again promptly at 2 o'clock. So enjoy your lunch. Could I call upon Simon Gray to come up and give us his presentation? Thank you.
I'm going to judge how far back I need to stand here. I have no idea. My voice is quite loud, so apologies if I scare anybody. My name's Simon Gray. I work for Ulster Wildlife as part of the CANN project, and I've been tasked today with talking about the lowland bogs that we've been working on for the past number of years. So this is a key element of the T4 work package with the lowland peatlands and freshwater. And we've done so much, and a lot of people have already covered so many different things. I thought it'd be easier if I just took a couple of aspects of the work that we've done and kind of honed in on those and went into them in a bit of detail. I'm really sorry, Professor Barry, a big part of it is rhododendron. So if you didn't hate rhododendron before you came today, you should despise it by the time you go home. So just to start off, I'm going to give you a bit of an overview of where we've been working. So we had all these different raised bog sites, all mainly designated for active raised bog as their main sort of designation feature. And with the exception of Fermanagh, we actually had one in 5 counties in or at least 1 in 5 counties across Northern Ireland. So starting up in the top left then, we had the Ferry Water Bogs and Moneygall and Tully Bog out in Tyrone, and Cranny Bogs in Tyrone as well. Then Gary Bog in Antrim, Balnahone and Curran in County Londonderry, and then Peatlands Park in Armagh, and then fens down in County Down, so Termennon and the Lakeal fens, which are made up of a number of different sites. So a real sort of spread all across the country, which brought its own challenges in terms of getting around, getting to know lots of different landowners, and getting to know lots of different sites in very, very different landscapes. So very interesting, but very challenging. And I didn't have a lessons learned slide on this presentation, but just throwing in one now. We did not really take account of how much time it was going to take to engage with the people that own this ground. It took a lot. And GDPR came in just before we started, which was perfect, because it meant that we didn't actually have access to names, we just had addresses, and rural addresses in Northern Ireland are shocking. So usually you get a postcode, maybe a number, but the numbers don't make any sense. So actually this felt more like being a PI at many times rather than being an ecologist, which was serious fun. So the key outputs for working on the lowland raised bogs, we had 10 conservation action plans, so one for each of those sites that we're looking at before. And then we had moving the surface area of habitats supported in order to obtain a better conservation status. Very wordy, but effectively just means moving these sites towards a better place than they're currently in. So all of the sites that we were working on were in unfavourable condition status. They'd been determined to be in that state based on the Northern Ireland Environment Agency's condition assessments over the years. And that was on a variety of different things, whether or not they had been burnt in the past, whether or not they had been drained in the past. A number of different things was bringing them into that sort of field state. And the actions were aimed to move the sites towards favourable condition, as I said. So actions on the ground then, we were looking at addressing these pressures and threats on the habitat condition across the sites, invasive species like rhododendron, Sitka spruce, drainage channels and scrub encroachment. Hydrology monitoring was a key aspect of what we've done. Marc touched on quite a lot, as well as ammonia, priority species recording, and as I mentioned, landowner and stakeholder engagement. So it's been very, very varied in terms of the work that we've done across these sites, and each one of them is their own little sort of microcosm, and they have different needs and different sort of aspects of their personality that you need to get to know. And really what we found over time was that you need to spend a lot of time on the ground getting to know their personalities in order to work on them. And I think going forward, that's a big lesson we would learn, is that you can't spread yourself too thinly. You can't take on loads of different sites and think that you're going to get as much value out of the work that you put in as if you took on individual sites and really worked on them very hard. So starting off then, looking at invasive species, the key thing that we did to begin with, if you want to work on an issue on a site, you need to know where it is and how bad it is. So rhododendron, one of the key threats then on loads of our sites. This one here is Balnahone Bog, and basically SEUPB went out and mapped all of the rhododendron across this site and many others. They mapped how dense it was, where it was, the extent of it, all that, and produced these maps which we could then take forward, put into tenders for contractors to work on, and get them to go out there and actually do the control work. But this has been brilliant. This gives us the stepping stone to actually move on to doing work on the ground, which is where we need to go. This is the dreaded plant itself, just in case anybody didn't know what it looked like at this stage of the day. The big problem with it, and I think maybe it's one thing that we didn't touch on that much, was it loves acidic conditions. So that's why it's a particular problem in bogs. Absolutely loves acid soils. Doesn't mind particularly wet ground if it's not really wet. But the big problem with it is that it shades out absolutely everything. So it grows in these massive dense thickets, and then everything underneath just dies. So if you ever see areas that had rhododendron on them after it's been cleared, it's just a dead zone. It's just leaf litter, bare soil, very little living creatures at all. But it also actually leaches this cyanide toxins into the soil, which means afterwards then other plants struggle to survive on it. So it's, in short, an absolute bastard. And it takes quite a lot of effort to get rid of.
because it's very, very vigorous. It takes a lot of effort to control it in terms of using herbicides, and you really need to control it year on year on year every time it grows back. So we got contractors in a number of our sites, so Peatlands Park, Balnahoe Bog, the Ferrywater Bogs and Tremennin, to come in and control some of these areas, and it actually has taken several years. So Peatlands Park, a great example there, just near Dungannon, absolutely riddled with rhododendron all over the place, and we've cleared huge areas of it now. They started in 2018, the contractors, and they were local contractors, actually just I think they were just outside of Cookstown, so very close to them, which is great, keeping that money in sort of the local area, and they know it very, very well. They came in, cleared the initial growth, so this sort of area here would have looked like that previous picture beforehand. They use a combination of machinery and largely fellas with chainsaws and hand tools in order to come and clear it and then take it away. And again, a big lesson that we've learned is it's actually relatively easy to go in and cut stuff down. If you want to get it off sites, that's where your costs and your logistical difficulties come in. So they had to chip things on site, then take them away in mini dumpers and then dispose of them. And one of the things that we actually started to think about doing was we have huge amounts of cut wood, effectively, that we were just going to let to rot, even though it is an invasive species, still a resource to some degree. So we decided then, well, there's people that make charcoal out of this stuff, and rhododendron is actually brilliant for making charcoal. It's a really dense, hard wood, and whenever you dry it out, it's brilliant for firewood. So we thought, we'll buy some charcoal burners and we'll have a go at this, and through some trial and error, we have actually then made several bags worth of charcoal out of a lot of the stuff that's been cut on here, which is there to be taken away by anybody that wants it. And I have more in my house. If anybody wants any more, then you are free to it. But this is the kind of regrowth that you get after you've controlled it for 1 year. So it is, as I say, really vigorous. And really, we would say that you need to actually get in and control it, cut it out, take it away, come back in the following year, spray and treat any regrowth that comes back, and then go back in for another year, do the same, and maybe even in some places where you haven't got a particularly good kill rate on it, do that again for a 4th year. So this isn't a short-term sort of plan here. You need to do this over a longer period if you want to get success. Peatlands Park, a great example of an area whereby the department went in and cleared rhododendron on a particular area. They did it for 1 year when they got funding, then funding disappeared, and now you wouldn't be able to walk through that space again because it's come right back up and it's so dense. So you need to invest long-term in this if you want to actually have any kind of effect. And we've had really, really positive results then on Peatlands Park in particular. So all over the sites then we've got about 30 hectares of rhododendron which has been controlled. And I know some folks have talked about the areas that they've improved then. So that 30 hectares is actually just the actual amount of rhododendron we've removed. So the hectarage of sites that we've brought further or closer towards favourable condition status is much larger than that. And then one of the amazing signs we saw recently, so an area where they've been controlling it now for 3 years, we've now started to notice these tree saplings coming back. And now that's just not any bog standard tree. I didn't even know what it was until I took the amazing thing now, if anybody has the updated iPhones where they have the automatic plant identification on it. And I know I'm an ecologist, I should bloody know what it is. But I didn't, because I'd never seen them at that stage. And whenever I identified it, it said it was alder buckthorn. And alder buckthorn is a very rare tree species at this kind of, in the kind of Lough Neagh Basin, and it's very rare further north in Ireland that you go. And it's actually a designation feature of Peatlands Park. And now that we've cleared the rhododendron, this tree's actually starting to grow back. So all it needed was space. Didn't self-seed it, we didn't plant anything, we literally just gave it room, and it came of its own accord. Just shows you the positive results that you can get whenever you invest there. And a big bit of what we did in the lowland raised bogs was the core sort of peatland restoration work, which is drain blocking. So we had LiDAR, which was for all of our sites. That was analysed by RPS, hydrologists there, who have a lot of experience doing raised bog restoration plans in particular. And they produced these GIS files for us, which basically showed us where we needed to target drain blocking. They prioritised them based on where the drains were and what kind of slope the site had and what kind of peat forming conditions we were going to get, depending on what we did. And that then we were able to determine, based on our budget and based on the time we had, where we were going to focus our effort. So that's Cranny Bogs there, just outside of Fulton, County Tyrone. But before we actually did the work, we wanted to get monitoring in place. So here is Roisin there with one of our volunteers installing a piezo on Cranny Bogs. And when we did this, we were actually doing peat core depths. So this site here actually, I think, was 8 metres of peat. That's 8,000 years of formation there, which is just madness, really, when you think about it. When you think about 8,000 years ago, then that was a body of water. But now it is a solid piece of something that you can walk across. We installed data loggers in those areas, which would measure the water table every 15 minutes, and then we could go out every couple of months and download that data. And we installed a whole host of these across all of our sites that we were doing restoration work on before we did the work, so we could get a baseline, and then after we did the work, so we could see what success we had. And this is an example then, an aerial image of the work that we did out on Monaghall Bog. So these are peat dams that are being installed. You can see the digger there, just at the top of the image. And as colleagues have said in the past, it really looks like stitching together the bog again, now that it's been wounded effectively in the past. It's a really, really nice image just to see the scale of it. And that's cranny bogs then, and you can see the impact then it has on a wider area. It's not just the water in the drain, it's the water that's spilling over into the borrow pits. And actually we saw on this site in particular, 2020, whenever lockdown happened and we had that glorious weather, glorious in the sense that it was very warm, not glorious in the sense of climate change. And after 8 weeks without rain, that drain still had water in it. Without 8 weeks, we didn't have a drop of rain in this country, and that still had water in it. So it shows you the retention that can have whenever you put these measures in place. The other method that we use, which we only do whenever we have to, is using plastic piling. It's not ideal. You would rather use peat because it's local, it's organic, it's easier to access, but there's certain sites that you just physically can't get machinery out onto. And believe me, I have stood on these places whenever you have got a 12-ton digger on the softest ground you could possibly imagine, and it is this incredible combination of feelings from stretching from terror to awe. And I would never have dreamt of bringing those kind of machines out onto these sites, because we had 2 diggers go down in the space of this project, and I never want another one to go down. One of them took more than a week to get out. So we used plastic piling instead. And on the left-hand side here is a great example. We actually paid the local landowner and his kids to do the work of installing over 150 plastic dams across his bit of bog. And that was amazing, because it means then, and he has said to me directly that, look, if there's more of this work to come, I want to do it. And so that's money going into it, literally as local as you could possibly get on the site. But the results speak for themselves. The water is being held up, the water table has risen, and it's brilliant. And we even had to try some new methods. So these are peat sandwich dams on Gary Bog up in Antrim. And this is a huge drain that was dug by the Forest Service. Again, a similar situation that Shirley was talking about, where they intended to plant the site, but then didn't in the end. But they didn't do anything with the drain. So we had to go in and block it, but it was so big that we couldn't put ordinary peat dams in, because they would have probably burst with the water pressure. So we actually had to effectively build half a peat dam, and then the digger would put in 2 big sheets of plywood either side, sandwich it together to kind of act as struts or shuttering. We had to install 90 of those, I think it was, along that stretch of drain, as well as also putting in plastic dams on the site, as well as ordinary peat dams. So all in all, we had over 1,000 peat dams installed across 6 sites, over 1,000 plastic dams installed across 6 sites, and some of the areas are now actually showing summer water table levels higher than the winter before the works took place. So you can that's a bit of an awkward thing to say, but basically the water level is now actually higher in the summertime than it has been in the winter in the past. And that's amazing, because what we want to be in is that Goldilocks zone of within 10 centimetres of the surface for 90% of the year. That's where you want to be if you want active peat formation. If you're outside of that for too long, then you either get plant matter decomposing because the water level is too high. If you're below it for too long, then the peat starts to dry out. That's where we want to aim for. And that's exactly what we got. So this shows a before and after image of works on Cranny Bog, this huge drain that was dug right down the middle of one of the sites, blocked then afterwards, and the water level, that drain's easily about 4 or 5 foot deep. The water was at the base of it before, now it's right up at the throat. And then just touching on a couple of the other things that we did. So we looked at a lot of priority species on the raised bog sites, and a lot of the other partners worked on monitoring and survey work on them. And we could not mention the snail, which got so much press early on in the project, which is insane because it barely fits on your thumbnail. But it was the first record for this Desmoulin's horned snail in Northern Ireland. down in one of the fens in Lakeal in Corbally, which was really good because it just showed you that what you can actually find whenever you invest the time to survey and look at these sites. We recorded marsh artillery on Monaghall, which was the first time that it had actually been seen there. And on adjacent land, actually, it was one of the best recorded breeding colonies in that year, and it had never been noticed there before. And we also recorded large heath on all of our raised bog sites, which we didn't know were there either. So I just want to say thank you to all of the people that we worked with through the project. We could not have done anything that we did without you. And I think this image kind of says to me, this is what we managed to do all together. And we can do certain elements of the work that we do by ourselves, but you're only going to get that level 10 sort of success if everybody works in partnership. So everybody from doing the bird surveys to all the mapping at the beginning to everybody doing all of the finance work. And Joanne, just to reiterate again, we know so much now about procurement that we never knew before. But yes, thank you very much.
Thank you, Simon. I used to think DIY was the worst acronym, but then I forgot about GDPR in terms of your heart sinks when it comes along. And once again, we see rhododendron 0, the alder hawthorn, blackthorn 1. And I do think that something that, maybe in terms of your work going forward is interesting what Simon's saying about the amount of time it takes to engage with people and so on. And again, I come from the social sciences of the academy in terms of in the school of anthropology or people who work on sociology. And so I do think we need more interdisciplinary working in terms of this issue. It's what I call intellectual promiscuity. It's the only form of promiscuity I condone. We have up next Roisin Grimes. Roisin.
You'll be glad to know there's no rhododendron in this one. We don't have it in Cuilcagh. Strangely, it seems to be everywhere. So I'm just going to be talking about work package 5, which was Cuilcagh. So Ulster Wildlife were heading up this work package, but we had lots of other partners involved, as you'll see when I go through. Cuilcagh was a wee bit later to the party, so we've been working on the site for the past 4 years. I just want to orientate you to the site first of all. So it's one of the 3 cross-border sites that we worked on through CANN. We've got Cuilcagh Mountain Special Area of Conservation in Northern Ireland, in Fermanagh here, so that's outlined in red. And then we have Cuilcagh Anierin Uplands SAC, outlined in black, and it runs through Cavan right down into Leitrim. So the summit of Sliabh Beagh there is just north of Drumshanbo. The Northern Ireland site then is about 1/3 of the size of the Republic Ireland one, so 12,500 hectares altogether, so quite a huge site. And just to reiterate what Shirley and Simon and everybody else have been saying about the landowner engagement side of it, over 70% of especially the Republic of Ireland side is covered in commonage. So you could have anything from 2 to 3 shareholders there, right up to 15, 20 shareholders in some of them. Again, GDPR came in. We didn't even have a postcode for any of them. So we were just sitting in community halls hoping somebody would come and talk to us about the mountain. So I think a lesson learned from us, as what Shirley had said, would be if you've got a big, huge landscape scale size project that we have in Cuilcagh, having a community engagement officer or person employed to help with that side of it, because you do sometimes feel like you're spreading yourself so thin trying to get the outputs done, while still making sure that you're bringing the community and the landowners along with you. So the site is important for a number of reasons. The key, so it's a special area of conservation, mainly for the geology and upland flora and fauna. So when we're talking about the geology, the Fermanagh and Cavan parts of the site are part of a cross-border geopark. So the Cuilcagh Lakelands UNESCO Global Geopark operates in the area. I'm not a geologist, I'll not go into it, but your geology informs the habitats that you find there. And the main reason why the sites are designated is because of the blanket bog extent. And when I say designated, it is, both of them are SACs. It's an ASSI in Northern Ireland, recognising its national importance. It's a Ramsar site. It's in a geopark. Very, very important site. And the main reason is it's the second largest expansive blanket bog in Northern Ireland. And on the Republic of Ireland side, Lochratty Bog, just over east in Cavan, is one of the most intact bits of blanket bog on the whole island of Ireland. So there was studies done by Queen's scanning the whole island to try and find what they would consider an intact bog, and I think they found 3 across the whole island, and one of them was on Cuilcagh. So a really, really special site. I took a bit of a risk doing this because I was how am I going to summarise 4 years worth of work in 15 minutes? So I was kind of hoping that everybody else would go into detail on some of the aspects that we did, and thankfully you did. So Simon and Shirley and all have went into detail on some of the aspects. So I'm going to do a quick whistle-stop tour of everything we did, and then I thought I would pick one aspect that was a bit different that wasn't done on some of the other sites and dive deeper into it, which was some of our erosion control work. So yeah, we've created 2 CAPs, which is our kind of roadmap to success, how we get these sites back into good condition again. And one thing I want to mention, which Rebecca had touched on, is the amount of data that we've collected on these sites. When we were speaking to the landowners, we weren't doing as much work on the Republic of Ireland side, but a big thing we were trying to get across to them was we have so much information about your site now. And we've got a cap here, when there's more money coming along, which thankfully it has, and I'll go into more detail on that, you have got a leg up here. Like, we have mapped this site within an inch of its life, and we know so much more about it now. All that information informed the cap. I'll talk about the erosion control. We trained 2 local landowners in Northern Ireland, John McNulty and his dad, or John and his son Gary McNulty, to block drains on their own site. So they installed over 4 kilometres of peat dams on Cuilcagh, and we did lots of monitoring on that, as Marc and Simon have touched on. We did a lot of work on the summit of Cuilcagh, so a lot of you know Cuilcagh because of the boardwalk and the Stairway to Heaven there, but a lot of trampling and erosion had happened on the summit of Cuilcagh, which is a very rare montane heath habitat, one of the biggest expanses in Northern Ireland, and very, very sensitive to trampling. So during the lockdowns of 2020, we had guys over from Scotland, which was almost a bit of a... It was on the mountain, we could actually get in and do the work without much disturbance. And they did what was known as light touch work. So we had in places 30-metre trampling scars across the site, and they were able to very intelligently move bits of stone, and we actually used wool in some cases with tray construct, like little grit stone over the top of it, to create more of like a 1-metre path that people could follow along towards the cairn, and that allowed the other 29 metres either side then to recover. We did a wildfire management plan, the same as what Shirley was explaining for Cuilcagh. So wildfire is one of the biggest impacts that we have up on the site there. We had a crazy big one last year, which damaged hundreds of hectares, £50,000 worth of damage to forestry beside it. Like, it was huge. And 2011, 2017, it's been crazy the amount that we've had up there. So it's more, this plan is how we can do preemptive management to reduce the number, intensity and spread of wildfire across the site. Simon headed up a grazing management study. So we were looking, as I said, 70% of the site is commonage in the south. How well did the agri-environment schemes previously work to try and incentivise sensitive management of those sites, and what could we learn from that? We've done a couple of 100 hectares of invasive conifer clearance, which should be finished this week. So we had a local contractor who just lived over the mountain. He literally could have got on his quad and flew over and took out the conifers and head home for his tea. So he and another local contractor have been taking out hundreds of conifers there. Hagan O'Neill from ATU had mapped over 5,300 invasive conifers in SAC. So there's a serious amount of work there, obviously taking those out. We set up lots of cross-border groups. We had one for recreation management. How do we manage the recreation pressure coming from both sides of the mountain? And we got some really good input and really good outputs from those groups. And we set up another one about environmental management of the site, and they're still existing after CANN, which has been a really good outcome. LiDAR, as everyone has explained, we got LiDAR of the entire site, and we were able to identify and do high-level costings and restoration plans for 18 areas right through from peat cutting, drainage and erosion across the site. And they are ready to go then when there's another project and hopefully more funding coming to quickly get off the ground with those. Education and outreach, Chris will be up talking about some of the great work that he's been doing with the local communities there. Abby had done some brilliant work on panels and the lovely little species swatches there, were some of the work that she's done on Cuilcagh. So really getting out and letting people know why this site's so important. Mapping of the trees, as I said, the guys in GET did 4 years of bird surveys there, and that was one of the best outputs for us in terms of landowner and stakeholder engagement, being able to tell them that, you know, your site has 7 pairs of hen harrier foraging across it, and people are so interested in that. Do you know that you've got one of the last breeding grounds for golden plover in the whole of Northern Ireland here? We've got a couple of really good red grouse clubs there, and we were able to show them. Do you see where all the red grouse are in this map? That overlaps where you've been doing all that great conservation work over the past 20 years. So having all that data and information was a really good engagement tool as well. AFBE took under the big feat of mapping the whole of the Northern Ireland SAC, and that was integral to the development of the CAP. We did ammonia monitoring, we've done fixed point monitoring, and we've done water monitoring to try and see whether all the stuff that we've been doing on the ground has actually had the desired impact. And we've been able to hand a lot of that over to the Geopark now to hopefully take over themselves and with the volunteers to monitor that over the next coming years. So that's kind of the whistle-stop tour of everything that we've done, and I wanted to do a really quick deep dive then into the erosion control work that we've done. So we've worked on this 17-hectare area of bare peat in the Northern Ireland SAC just north of Lough Tona, and it is just a small example of what you'll see over 8 to 10 other areas across the mountain on a much larger scale. And basically these areas form because something has removed the surface vegetation. So once that's removed, either through trampling, through wildfire, through overgrazing, that peat below is exposed, and it's exposed to drying out by the sun, being blown away by the wind, rain, freeze thaw, and all of that precious peat is just being washed off the mountain and down into our rivers and water bodies below, and impacting the ecology and the environment there. So what we did was, again, the LiDAR was collected, and the hydrologist from RPS analysed that. And the way that LiDAR works is it pulses a signal down onto the ground, kind of similar to the way bats hunt for food. Pulse goes out, and when it bounces back, it's collected, and from that you can see the topography of the site, and you can see where the water is flowing. So they analysed that, and they were able to see where the big bare peat edges were and what way the water was flowing, and helped come up with a plan which included coir rolls, diggers and stock exclusion, which I'll go into a wee bit more detail. But the main reason why I think this work was so important is because the local landowners did it themselves. So when we went to the landowners to say that we wanted to do this work and what it would involve, they kind of said, well, we have the machinery and we are contractors and we have the skills to do the work. Can you show us what you want done? And it was very anxiety inducing at the time, because it was, I would say, big enough risk on our part to trust them to be able to trust ourselves to be able to train them adequately to do it. But I think it's by far the best thing that's come out from a Cuilcagh perspective on the mountain, and you'll see why now in a second. So this is what we're looking at. Lots of bare peat. Some of these big edges are like a metre and a half in height in places. So you can imagine the amount of peat that's been washed off there and has already been lost. And so what you do is, we had Terry and Aidan McGivern were the two lads that did the work. Aidan just lives at the bottom of the mountain and Terry lives over the road, and they brought their 6 and 8 ton digger up, and you scoop back the vegetation here, and so it's 90 degrees, you grade it out till about 30 to 45 degrees, because you can imagine vegetation can't grow up in such a steep slope. Replace the vegetation on top again and stretch it out, and so you get all that bare peat is covered now and protected. So that's what you can see happening. But sometimes you just don't have enough vegetation there. There's just not enough to cover it. So you get all these bare patches. So then we had to get a contract amendment. Thank you so much, Joanne, for helping us with that, to get the lads in and literally do 3 weeks work of handwork. So I had to bring another digger up. So a 4-ton digger came up, dug out little turfs of vegetation into a 1-ton bag, which was dragged across and placed across here like a bit of a patchwork or weird jigsaw puzzle. So then what you want to do, so that's your slopes sorted out. Then you've got all this bare peat where the water's constantly washing over. So this is Terry and Aidan installing what's known as a coir row. So coir is the outer husk of a coconut. It's a waste product from the coconut industry that's kind of industry standard for this kind of work, and restoring eroding riversides as well. They can be planted up with native vegetation and that. So they're packed into these logs. You dig them in about half their width, and you dig them into the sides about 15 to 30 centimetres so that water can't run underneath or over the sides of them. And we had to helicopter these in. So we had a helicopter for the day, taking 439 coir rolls and a kilometre of fencing up, and the Geopark and those guys came up and helped us. And you get a really quick response. So that was literally not even 24 hours from the first photo to the second photo. You can see how much water's actually been running through that area without you even realising. And how it works is the water can flow quite slowly through the coir, but it traps all the peat sediment behind it. So all that peat's not washing off the mountain and is there for the peatland plants to grow on. And you get all these lovely shallow pools. They're only about this depth in behind them, that now your nice sphagnum and all those wet-loving plants, peatland plants, can start to grow back in. This kind of gives you an idea of the scale of it, and you're kind of trying to find areas where the water is flowing through, which is obviously everywhere when you see the map like this. And this is just some before and after. So this is before we did it and after. So you can just imagine the amount of water that had been running through there and the amount of peat that had been lost. And in less than a year, we were starting to see sphagnum moss grow on top of the coir rows. And Eve, our colleague here, took this picture just 2 or 3 weeks ago when we were up. And this is all the vegetation coming back now on the bare peat after less than 2 years. And just going back to working with the local landowners then. So we brought in the coir rows during COVID and the Suez Canal crisis. So there was massive delays in getting these in, and many contract amendments, thank you Guy and Joanne, to try and keep this project going on. And the landowners were going, why, it's great, that's the industry standard, we know it works, but there must be a better alternative. And they said, why don't you try wool? So these are, this is a pilot area where we're trialling wool logs as an alternative to coir. This is from sheep that were previously grazing the mountain. And they were all stuffed into this. We just stuck the stuffing out of a couple of leftover coir rows, stuffed the wool logs in. And then Chris McCarney from ABC Council, one of the partners, very kindly helped the 2 farmers get an Invest in I innovation voucher. They were interested in doing more of this work, so the voucher was to explore what monitoring and testing needed to be done to show that this could be a commercially viable product in the future. So actually ATU, the university there, got the contract for that, and they've produced a report now for the 2 farmers about what kind of research they need to do into this product going forward. So there's like local innovation, and now the lads are really keen to do more of this work, and there's people from across the other side of the mountain that have heard that they've done it, asking us, is there more of this work coming? So lessons learned then, ground truth. It saves so much time and so much money. When we got the LiDAR done and it was analysed, the guys from RPS are fantastic. But when we seen the maps that they produced and when we got out on the ground, areas that they were recommending coir rolls in had actually started to revegetate. Some of the areas where they were recommending the diggers got in, we were standing there going, no chance there's a digger getting in here. So you can take off, we took off nearly 100 coir rolls, I think, and reduce the amount of reprofiling that had to be done. Saves time and money when you're doing the procurement. time again, like Simon was saying, to identify the landowners, build up trust with them, like Deb was saying, and get all the consenting process done. That needs to be built in from the start. Finding solutions with landowners, like they knew the site like the back of their hand, knew where to go and track the diggers and everything, and then they came up with the wool log method, and building time for delays. So as I said, COVID, Suez Canal, working on other sites, the weather, the actual Lochotona froze over at one stage. It was that cold. And another CANN baby. I don't know how many is there now, Abby? 5, 6 CANN babies during the whole, trying to get this work done. So stressful, and I think if we were doing it again, we would make sure that we'd done more preemptive work leading up to doing it, or built in a wee bit more time for those like inevitable delays. And just legacy-wise then, on Cuilcagh, we've got hundreds of hectares of priority habitat now restored. We've got local landowners trained up and new techniques are being trialled. Lots of cross-border cooperation with the wildfire management plan. We've got those 2 groups set up and continuing. The caps are there, all that data is there, and we've got informed local stakeholders. And the great thing about that is that in the Republic of Ireland side, we've got this really innovative project, the Waterlands one, which Rebecca was talking about, coming in, and the Acres project, which is the new results-based agri-environment scheme coming in there, and we're able to just hand over all of this data that we have. So those landowners in that landscape is at an advantage now because it's got a leg up, which is very satisfying, because when we were chatting to all the landowners in those halls, and they were like, why are you doing this work? Why are you here? We're able to say, no, aren't you glad we were here? You have got a leg up over other places. And then as everyone's already said, what about the future funding opportunities? I know that we've got Peace Plus coming up, but we've spent so much time and energy building up all of those relationships and trust and knowledge of those sites. And if we have a break in that funding cycle, what happens to the staff and all of that knowledge that's been built up there? Does somebody else come in and have to start from scratch? Do we have to go somewhere else for a while until we can come back to the site? You know, that's something that needs to be thought about for the future, is trying to reduce those breaks between projects, because you're actually just adding more time and money in the long run to build that up again. And I just want to finish with saying thank you so much. Simon and I are finishing now on CANN in September, and we've had the most amazing time working with everyone, and a big thank you to Newry, Mourne and Down, and Joanne, who was our saviour, and Neve, who was out of the office for the first time, to come and meet everyone. So thank you very much.
That's lovely. Thank you so much, Roisin. That, seems to be that I've seen all these pictures of bogs, but no bog snorkeling. Maybe that's going to come up in the last 2 sessions. But it also seems to be that what Roisin was saying, that the formula for a winning project is diggers, coir, wool, and Joanne. That seems to be the go-to missing ingredient. So I'd like to invite up now Chris McCarney. Chris.
Hi everyone. The graveyard shift, so try and keep move it along quickly and sprightly. My name is Chris McCarney, and I'm the first slide here is kicking off with a reminder of the 27 sites with CANN across Scotland, Northern Ireland and the Republic, across 3 jurisdictions. I think I had the best job of everybody, because as project officer with ABC Council, I got to interfere in everybody else's project, and I got to work across all. So basically I had a budget of 400,000 for legacy. And the big thing about legacy is I was a bit woolly at it, so about what does it mean, and what does it mean for CANN site. So probably from the lessons, I've tried some reflections then on what it meant for this project, this site, and what lessons for the going forward. So the first example here of all these things is that one of our legacy, we went to look at examples elsewhere. So we found out as Joanne, or as Roisin and Simon and Rory was saying, is we were basically getting ready to do peat blocking, plastic dam and all this, but we had no idea when we started about what's the long-term thing, what would this site going to look like in 5 or 10 years' time. So one of my jobs as a legacy thing, I got the chance to go and look to see where there were sites done before. And first one we went to visit to Scotland. And we had, thanks to Jennifer, we had a leg up that there was a very valuable girl called Dr. Emily Taylor involved in the Crichton Carbon Centre. And the Crichton Carbon Centre is a non-for-profit organisation established in 2007. But really, since about 2012, they've worked in partnership with the Nature Scot to deliver the Peatland Action Programme. And they have now, over the 10 years, they have 25,000 hectares of bog towards recovery. And Emily gave us a talk that night and we thought we were fairly good that we'd done peat dams and plastic dams in Ireland, and we sort of knew what we're at. And Emily quickly put us right. These are complete novices. She says that you're never finished working at a bog. You have to keep coming back to check the bogs and the peat dams. And she reinforced maybe the first big lesson that we have from CANN is that, as Roisin said, is that once you start working the peatland, you have to keep going. You can't come in and do a fancy programme for 2 or 3 years and then go away and leave it. You have to keep coming back. And she was saying that every site is different in terms of the mix of peat dams, the solutions you do to do it. And the most valuable expertise that she said she'd built over 10 years was really her project officers and the contractors that are working on the site. So I think it's just my lesson too is that it's reinforced what Roisin just said, that the most valuable resource I think you have in the CANN thing now is Roisin and Simon and Rory. They're the ones with the actual experience, hands-on experience now of peat restoration work. You have some contractors trained up about how to do the work, and really they're the valuable resource you have going forward, and you need to build them. And in fact, one of the key lessons here was that Emily had was that she spent time in her funded project that she run workshops and follow-up things with her contractors. So the digger workers, the actual digger drivers, and said, look, this was happened there after you did the site 2 years ago. These are where some of the peat dams failed. How would we do it again? And she spent a lot of time sharing and building that knowledge and capacity across the site. So I suppose that's a big lesson I want to take forward. This photograph here, just to say, is Laura from the East Ayrshire Coal Environmental Initiative, and she brought us a fantastic site in Dalmellington, just outside Ayr. And there was work done on this site 7 years ago and 20 years ago. And she challenged us to find the peat dams that was done 20 years ago. Can you imagine what Roisin said is, all you have to do is give nature a chance. She says that the peat dams that were done 20 years ago, we tramped and we jumped on the drain. She says the drain was definitely here. And she says we jumped and the bog was intact. It was cured. It was that thing of stitching the bog back again, recovery. So I think that gives us all a great sense of hope that the work that we're doing really had a positive long-term future and something that's really valuable. So that was our best practice to Ayr. Next thing was we did a visit to Abbey Leaks. Again, we heard a rumour here that there was an Abbey Leaks bog project, and there was an organisation down south called the Community Wetlands Forum. And this is an example of Chris Hughes. Would you believe Chris Hughes is from Namibia? He's actually and speaks Afrikaans language from his home, and he, a good woman, has always brought him back to Abbey Leaks and got him married and got him settled down, and he started doing some use. And in 2000, he heard word that Borden and Mourne was going to come in to produce a peat moss bagging plant in Abbey Leaks, and he organised a group to try and stop it. And the result of it is that him and a number of groups around here have taken on a lease of the Abbey Leaks bog site, and they're actually drawing down money to redo the bog restoration work themselves among the community and train themselves up on survey techniques, ecological techniques, definite restoration. So it's amazing to see the enthusiasm and action that. And again, to give us hope about we can make a difference. Chris was able to report that when they took over the site and did an assessment in 2009, only 1.2 hectares and the whole Abbey Lakes bog was an active raised bog, was actually stored, healthy, recovered bog. By 2020, thanks to the work Chris and his team is doing, they now have 13.7 hectares of active raised bog on Abbey Lakes bog. So 1,000%. So again, give nature a chance and it'll come back. Chris was not only as enthusiasm within Abbey Lakes, but he also spread the word across the Republic, and he helped set up a group called the Community Wetlands Forum. And the Community Wetlands Forum has 21 members as of last night, group members across, including Turles Pass and Clara. And we also visited the group in Turles Pass and could see the enthusiasm again of local groups that started out as a Tidy Towns group, but now had adopted the bog and wanted to be involved. So my second big lesson here is that community action is a very powerful resource for bog restoration, and if it can be built in and challenged, built in and incentivised and supported in the next Peace Plus, I think you'll get value for money from that. I'll go on here quickly through some of the rest of it here. Being an Interreg project, of course, there's no short of outputs and our magic word deliverables. So I had to do some groundwork here, is that the skills training. So we delivered some chainsaw, herbicide, sphagnum, ID, and trailer driving course for volunteers, staff, and landowners. So it's 20 volunteers, 7 CANN staff, and 4 landowners involved in those training. Citizens in Science. This here is an example of local volunteers with the help of Rose Cremin from Butterfly Conservation setting up a large heath transect on Peatlands Park. So I'm delighted to say that after the work Simon and Roisin was doing on set up the monitoring, that this group here have established the large heath transect as a formal transect on the UK-wide basis. They've, on their own resources, they've done it and delivered it for the last 2 years, and they've formally said that they're going to keep it going for the next 5 years. So that's local group that are informed and active and keeping an eye on their own, involved in their own site. On Sliabh Beagh, we've got the same champions we've got the Roisin mentioned with the gun clubs. So they are going to take on their citizen science project. We're going to be a formal grouse count, a robust red grouse count under the supervision of Marc Ruddock to feed figures into Cedar and the National Parks and Wildlife. And on Cuilcagh, this one here, the Cuilcagh, they're following up on Roisin mentioned fixed point photography on all our restoration sites around Cuilcagh, and they've picked out, I think, 10, 12 of the sites, and they're going to keep that going for the next 4 or 5 years with a mixture of local volunteers and the Cuilcagh Geopark guides. Next thing then is books. So thanks here is a resource here that Islay Natural Heritage Trust produced for us. And so it was an example of a wee passport you could take out when you're going out on a walk around Islay, and all the birds and the species you'll see on your walk, and you can tick them off and ID them as you went around. Very fantastic resources been used by local schools. This is our, sorry, I'll go back. This is our book we got launched last Saturday in Loch Arrow. So this was a book produced by local educators that delivered a school education program for 9 schools around Loch Arrow to let them know about what the valuable resource they have in the area. I had found is that, again, you don't know where or how the local connections are going to come, but I thought this format of a book which is around as good as where local people, local stories are involved. It's again is making the connection with local people. We have a story here from a lady who's turned 100 last week, wrote a story and told her we were able to quote her in the book. And but the other real connection for me was amazing is when John Hughes was the principal of Giva School, and he says for his geography class he only ever had resources for Loch Derg and County Tipperary. But he says, this means, he says, I can use this book here now to teach geography for our schools in Giva, now our senior class. And he was loving more resources from, building resources with ATU to get more data on Loch Arrow, and all they said they would definitely use it and inspire the next generation to know more about their place and appreciate it and value it. And finally, just there's a book, similar book going to be produced. Rémi Malage, you might have seen it. Rémi has a task of producing a similar type book for Cuilcagh and Sliabh Beagh before the end of the year. So that'll be something again, very easy use, dipping in and out of, something that appraises, that makes their area special and that local people will value. Now, the next one here, I want to spend more time on guardian structures. And this was a difficult one to pinpoint here, but what actually happened, but it's sort of the key to legacy, what's going to be left after we finish. So this is an example of the work we did in Sliabh Beagh. And through these 4 examples, I want to point out the thing is that any sort of this community engagement work, you have to appreciate what was the character of the area, the nature of the place that you're in, Roisin and Deb, Freyla, and then you got to make the hook is, what's the link that makes it important to local people? And that's a bit. And this one here really hit home to me in a really big way, Sliabh Beagh. Just a moment, just to hit you out of the blue. But this is our educator, Daniel Monaghan, and he organised 9 schools from around Sliabh Beagh to come up on the mountain, and he spent a day on the mountain with them. And he started them off, he gave them each a wee crown of willow and rush, and he instructed them, say they were going to make a May crown. And he sent them out, he taught them 8 flowers that they could see on the mountains. They had to go down and find these 8 flowers and weave them into this May crown. And it's a fantastic fun. There were groups of 6 doing it and working it. And then they went down to this penal cross about 100 yards away. And the penal cross is just a memorial to a particular incident that happened where there was an arrest made of a mass. It was a site of an old penal cross. So during 1754, there was arrests and a killing maybe of a priest on this site. But he made the link. He says that now, children, he says, we're going to go and lay your May crowns at the site as a memorial of your ancestors. So your ancestors thought this area was special. It was somewhere they came that they thought was sanctuary and special to them, and that you're going to lay your May crowns now as a memorial to you. Because it's there, the children were there, it's their great-grandfathers that were there. And I think that was the one that just really hit the children between the eyes about why this was part of them, this place was part of them, and part of their story. And again, he right out nice says, like he says, in your previous generation's time, they would have been listening to the curlew and the cuckoo, and they would have seen the hen harriers, they would have known all about it. And they said, like, unless you take care of this place, this might not be here for your children. So that's just an example of legacy. And to do that now, what we're glad to see is that the local gun clubs are now picking up with the Davit Group Water Scheme, and they're taking Monaghan County's great work on the fire management plan. They're going to try and identify 3 of those management areas for control of wildfires, and they're going to try and do that at their own pace, their own expense, to see if they can draw down money to do that work and prevent wildfires in Sliabh Beagh. Because I think it's Sliabh Beagh, that's the main issue that threatens the site. Going quickly to peatlands. This is an area for peatlands again. The hook for them was remind them that they live in a very special area, the peatlands between the River Blackwater, Loch Ness, shores of Loch Ness, and the River Bann. And actually they have more biodiversity, more species come maybe in any other part that I know in Northern Ireland in terms of the range of stuff they have. And they didn't realise how valuable it is and what it is. And they said that how maybe the Peatlands Park is such a home or a thing for all that biodiversity that it can act as a resource for them. So I'm glad to report that we have 2 local schools, an Orange Hall, a Roman Catholic parish, a landowner that is not a farmer, an EFS farmer, and they all want to get on that map. They said, we'll put here a bat box, a wet area on the side of my farm, I'll put up a wildflower meadow, and we want them in that map that we are part of that biodiversity circle in around Peatlands Park as part of our area. So that's the connection for that one. And then Islay Natural History Trust. I thought it was made for the Islay Natural History Trust because it was fantastic. Instead of trying to find organisations, Fiona McGillivray is a fantastic enthusiast, is the main person in the Islay Natural History Trust. She she won the contract from Deb to do the bird monitoring, and then she won the contract here for me to see about doing some of this community engagement work in Islay to look about the wonders of bog and act in Islay. And she put together a lot of work on the Peatland Passport. She's done the magical display and the resource. She organised loads of walks during the summer. But I didn't realise just how big it is that Islay is just too lucky. It's just too good. Poor Fiona was trying to compete with fantastic cliff walks and bird walks. She's trying to keep whiskey tours, 9 distilleries and thing, and really to try and like bogs around a walk in the bog compared to all those other attractions, which are very difficult for her. But she has to be really praised for all her effort and things to keep going. But the better one is that the hook, you never know where you can find the hook. It turned out the hook was a friend of hers that is a school teaching Scottish Gaelic. And they would say that they would love to visit the bogs because there was about 17 words in Scottish Gaelic to describe a bog or a wet place. And all those words are characters of Islay, and they all have some meaning for their heritage and their ancestors. And they are looking at an idea about that's their hook, is a Gaelic language, a Gaelic word, is linked to the bogs, linked to their landscape. And finally, to Cuilcagh. This, again, we're lucky to have the Cuilcagh Lakelands Geopark as a structure to help us go forward. And this photo here, it was fantastic. It was the local volunteers, local farmer Terry McGivern, thinking very knowledgeably on a stick there. He's the farmer that worked with Roisin on the coir rolls and the sheep's wool. And you also see guides from the Geopark. So we all met up to see Roisin entertain us all about the practical work that she'd done on the Lochotona. And they made a commitment that day that they, as volunteers and tour guides, that they're going to keep the fixed point photography going on the sites that Roisin and Simon started for Cuilcagh as part of the citizen science. And again, then, just to wrap up, I think I'm going to, my second slide, yeah, so it's actually a reflection on a legacy. So I thought if you're going to have a successful legacy, you're going to have local people informed of the key facts, as Roisin was saying about the number of hen harriers that are nesting on their land, the facts and all around their site. You have to care some way. So local people, you have to find some hook that means that they care about their area. It's special to them. They have to have some skills and capacity to look after the site. So as I say, we did some of the chainsaw training, the herbicide training for controlled rhododendron and the self-seeding Sitka. And finding the most different, there has to be some structures that allows community action to take place. So in other words, if you're going to follow that example of Chris Hughes and Abby Leaks, you need some structures that allow a lot of money and allow people to work together to make a difference in the area. So I think we illustrated through this here that we made a start and some of the work. The germ is definitely there to do it. As usual, everybody else, we didn't have long enough to complete the job properly. But the big lesson is that we need to follow up. So in other words, that the thing is that the work of CANN has to be followed up for the site. Second one is that you got to value the experience the site coordinators, Rory, Simon and Roisin has, and the contractors and the farmers they've trained up. It's such a valuable site that it'd be a sin to lose. I'm hoping to bring up that the power of that community action is shown in Abby Leaks. If you get people behind you, the value they can bring to the project, and the people will respond with the various things. Now, you might say that, Chris, that looks different and but none of that work is that different. All that's basic community development techniques. Community development techniques that the leader groups and Northern Rural Community Network have been doing for 20 years. But we've moved away. Suddenly community development work isn't attractive anymore. It's not been funded, it's not been resourced. What I'm going to say is that it's still very valuable and for environmental sites, and I'd make an argument that you've built it into the next Peace Plus programme. So thank you very much.
Right, thank you. fully agree. You know, we have an example in what you were saying, not just a citizen science, but citizen action. And we always remember that resistance is fertile, not futile, in terms of what communities can do. I also love the narrative that you have in terms of natural heritage being, you know, connected to history. And that, you know, reweaving not just the bogs, as many of you have done, both physically and metaphorically, but reweaving the story of our lives back into the places that we're from. There's something about that reconnecting of people, place, and their particular part of the planet that I think, again, is coming out quite strongly in the CANN project. So our last speaker today, we're not going to go to the Q&A, folks, again, for reasons of time, but our last speaker, and then before Eoin wraps up, is Jennifer. So Jennifer Fulton, the floor is yours.
So thank you very much, and it feels like deja vu. 5 years later, I was here at the very beginning, as was Sheena, and nobody has mentioned Sheena yet. She's been here the whole way through the project until she moved to another job and kept us all on the straight and narrow. So we stood here 5 years ago working out what we were going to do, and we wrote the application with all our partners, and look what's happened. Sitting down there, it's absolutely amazing to look at all the achievements that the collaborative partnership has made. It's incredible. So it's definitely a celebration event, and well done. Lots of thank yous have happened. We've heard lots about Joanne. Sheena we've covered. Eoin we haven't, who's going to come up after me, and Niamh, who is our finance manager, who we couldn't do without during this project. So my job here is not to talk about the past and the project, but to look to the future. And really, what seems like the end is a new beginning, because you do have a substantive pot of money coming through Peace Plus. We've had lots of experience. We've all worked together. We all work really well together. There's certain things we've learned along the way, and we can start to build on that foundation. And we know that peatlands are critical for all sorts of reasons, both for climate change, for preserving biodiversity, for reducing flood risk, water quality, drinking water, you name it, it's all in there. So it's quite a big focus for the future. Peatlands, when we do it, includes lowland raised bogs, uplands and fens, because I know Shirley's sitting there with a whole pile of stuff just about ready to go. Why are they important biodiversity? Each jurisdiction has a biodiversity action plan. They're either there or in the making. So Biodiversity 2030, you've got the EU strategy. In the UK, we've got Nature Positive 2030, and that's about 30% of the land area protected and managed for nature by 2030. And some of you will have been at the Biodiversity Conference just recently down in Dublin, and I know Shirley spoke at it again. But it's becoming quite a big thing because of the nature crisis. And as John keeps saying, it's all inextricably linked, both nature and climate. So the underlying principle for all those biodiversity strategies is putting our biodiversity on the path to recovery by 2030. For people, climate, and the planet. We're all sitting with climate acts. We need to be climate neutral by 2050, and John has covered that you actually need to be on a downward slope from 2025, which is exactly right. So peatlands has a massive role to play in there as well. We're aiming for 1.5. In reality, likely to be between 2.5 and 4. That's what the projections are saying. So we need to get shifting, and we need to get moving quickly. What does that mean for us? Well, you'll see up in the corner there, this is a report that was done in Scotland, which indicates that 15 to 35% more intense flooding by 2080. That's not that far away. We also have had droughts right around the world. You've had the water companies in Ireland who have been worried about droughts this year. That was only in July this year. Down in the bottom corner, that's just a little prompt for Northern Ireland because we're lagging behind. So we need to get moving. And you'll wonder why I have this slide up. What has Greenland got to do with us in Northern Ireland or Scotland? Quite a lot, actually. So I spent a few weeks in Greenland and Iceland earlier in the year. And I don't know if you've heard about the Greenland ice sheet, which covers 80% of their country. A massive ice sheet. Greenland is about twice the size of France, only has 56,000 residents. Some of that ice sheet is 2 to 3 miles thick, but it's melting. And it's melting a lot faster than people think, and it's coming our way. To everywhere in the world, in sea level rise. And if the entire ice sheet melted, we're talking about 7.2 meters of sea level rise. So that's pretty substantial, and 30% of the world's population live in coastal areas. And when we talk about melt, this is what you're seeing. And if you watch the press over the last few months, in September alone, 35% of the ice sheet melted when it was normally 10%. So the pace of change is happening much quicker, and climate change is very real. And in Greenland and Iceland, it's sitting at 3 degrees temperature rise and not the global average of 1. They now reckon that this is not reversible, but we need to get moving quite quickly. So peatlands have an important role to play for all of us. It doesn't matter what jurisdiction you're in. They're the largest natural terrestrial carbon store, and they store more carbon than all other vegetation types in the world combined. That's why they're so important. If they're damaged, they're a major source of greenhouse gas. And in Northern Ireland, we have over 85% of our peatlands in a damaged state. Globally, they're responsible for about 5% of anthropogenic CO2 emissions, as John has covered some of that earlier. If we can restore peatlands, that will really reduce the emissions substantively and quite quickly, and then it will kick in to very slow carbon sequestration. So I've used Northern Ireland as an example here. I don't have figures for Ireland just to hand. I have some figures for Scotland. But in Northern Ireland, peatlands emit 1.4 megatons of CO2 equivalent, which is around 6.5% of the Northern Ireland greenhouse gas emissions. That was taken on 2019 figures. It hasn't changed substantively from that. And for us in Northern Ireland to achieve what the Climate Change Committee is looking for, we're talking about 9,000 hectares restored each year between 2025 and 2050. In Scotland, it's massive, your greenhouse gas emissions, because you have such a large area of peat. So there's a lot of work to do. You might have seen a paper which was released by the Hutton Institute back in 2019, and that shows that if climate warms by 2 degrees, around 50% of Scotland's peatlands could be lost because of a combination of the effect it has on rainfall, amount and distribution, and the evapotranspiration. And if restored, it improves the resilience. So if nothing's done by 2050, some peatlands in some parts of the country, and it'll be the same in Ireland and the same in Northern Ireland, it'll be very difficult to restore them, and all those emissions will continue. The return on investment for peatland restoration, it has a cost benefit of between 3 to 1 and 12 to 1. That's from the Climate Change Committee's adaptation report, and also from the Natural Capital Committee accounts that they did for peatlands in Westminster. If you take in the wider ecosystem services that we've talked about, you're up near the top of that figure, near the 12 to 1, because of the ecosystem services they provide for water quality, flood risk, reduction of wildfire risk, and biodiversity gains from well-functioning peat. So we have a big job to do. Now we're coming near the end of this short summary, but this is just some work we've been doing with the Hutton Institute in Scotland for Northern Ireland. So we have been mapping all the peatlands, the different categories of peatlands, and they've also looked at the impact of climate change in Northern Ireland. And these are just two maps which are based on Met Office data. And in the first one you'll see is the annual temperature change. And there are significant changes in temperature that we can expect by 2050 and are actually starting to happen now. Also the rainfall, mean rainfall change, both in terms of amount and distribution of rainfall, is going to change substantively. So the clock is ticking and we need to move on. And you'll find when you do the analysis that there are a number of SACs are particularly vulnerable. So this work's about to be refined using another suite of data from ourselves, out of this project actually, and also from NIEA's condition assessments. And out of that, we're hoping to get an optimization pathway to help us select the areas that are most at risk so that those can be addressed as a matter of priority. Doesn't always turn out to be as easy as that in reality, but that's what we're dealing with. So lots of partners doing good restoration. We've had lots of experience. We've learned a lot in this programme, and that can all now be put to good use in the future to accelerate progress, which is what we need to do. So these are just a few thoughts of some of the priorities for Peace Plus. The focus today is peatlands, and certainly this project has acted as a catalyst which can help to accelerate progress. The work that we have been doing with the Hutton Institute should help us select sites to target the most vulnerable. There's the same work in Scotland that has been done, none as yet in Ireland, and that might be something that you want to think about in Peace Plus itself, because it could be mapped the same way as it's mapped for the other regions. Landowner engagement, we've covered it many times. It's absolutely critical because this is about winning hearts and minds. It's about getting people to understand why this needs to happen. It's about getting them to understand what it means for their farm, because everyone has to move towards net zero with the climate bill, and this is part of that pathway. We've built a lot of capacity and a lot of capability, and there's plenty more that we can do to further our expertise and the way we work collectively. Integration of wildfire planning, I think, needs to happen in every site. It's absolutely critical. If you're working on a site, all the gains that you have made could be wiped out by one wildfire or repeat wildfire. And Roisin didn't show you the maps from Cuilcagh, but as climate change kicks in, the areas affected increase substantively, and Shirley would have found the same. So natural recovery network approach, which is something that we're looking at in Northern Ireland, and you heard a little bit about how that works when Marc was talking about hen harriers. So it's how you start to join up the sites and get them into good condition so that they form a network across Northern Ireland, which would be a national network, nature recovery network, and that can be integrated into future projects. We're hoping that that concept might also be picked up through agri-environment schemes with some sort of incentivisation if the habitats are restored in the right place. And to then develop a local evidence base for emissions for climate change, because we're all working on national or international emission values. So that is currently ongoing with NIEA and the Hutton Institute and others, but there's a lot of refinements to do, which could be part of our monitoring plan. So in some other areas, such as Scotland and England, they'd be using things like flux chambers, mobile flux chambers, to pick up the emissions as well as all your biodiversity indicators, which would be monitored at the same time because they're fundamental to SACs. So lots to do. So we hope that we will see you again. I look forward to seeing you again on this. We've talked a lot about Islay, and this is Islay once again, that beautiful island that we all want to go back to. And yes, is peat, have you seen the peat whisky in Islay? There are many uses. They don't use much peat for the purpose, but it just shows you what value can be added. And I think when you think about Scotland, I mean, I know I certainly have benefited hugely from the expertise of Scotland during the 5 years, and especially in the last couple of years as we have worked with the research institutes more in depth, and they're streets ahead, I would say, of Northern Ireland and probably most other parts of the UK. Their knowledge and understanding of peatland restoration, what can be achieved, what the needs are, what the priorities are, they've been at this for 15, 20 years. Directly into climate exchange, which is the advice body for government. So again, as we think about Peace Plus, it might be a good idea to bring some of those in to advise on Northern Ireland, which we have been doing anyway. But it makes sure that we're focused on where the biggest needs are within our portfolio of peatland sites, Northern Ireland and Ireland. So thank you very much, and that's all for now. So.
Hey, thanks, Jennifer. It's so nice to see both in what you've presented, but also throughout the CANN project, that despite the need for biodiversity and other plans, I'm always suspicious of plans. It's a bit like the Irish football team, great on paper, crap on grass. You need actually to see things happening, but I do think that what we've seen in the CANN project is both action on the ground and actually good plans. And I do think, though, we need to remind ourselves, really for Northern Ireland, the committee that Jennifer mentioned, the Committee on Climate Change, unique and shameful within the UK, land use and forestry in Northern Ireland is a net carbon producer, not a net carbon sink, which it is in most other parts of Europe. So what you've been doing, certainly in Northern Ireland here, is helping to reverse that particular issue. Before I hand over to Eoin, I just want to make it very provocative, if I haven't been provocative enough already. It seems to me that the CANN project, and the 3 jurisdictions that you were working in, given the constitutional flux, to use a term Jennifer mentioned but in a different context, that's now happening across the UK, will Scotland leave the United Kingdom, debates around a border poll here in Ireland, it seems to me that the CANN project may actually indicate, well, maybe it's Scotland, Northern Ireland and the Republic. Maybe that's what we should be thinking of in terms of our political imaginary and the future. So thank you all for listening. It's been a great day, certainly for me as a social scientist, learning a lot of science topics and names I can't pronounce, and I definitely now hate rhododendrons in a way I never thought I would. But I'd like to invite Eoin Devlin up just to give us a few concluding thoughts. Eoin.
Thank you, John. My name is Eoin Devlin. I'm Assistant Director for Health and Wellbeing in the Council, and it's been within my department that this project has sat for the last 6 years. So I'd like to thank you all for coming along. I think it's been a very productive and interesting day, and I'm delighted to be able to say a few final words. So when the notion of this project was first discussed in my department in 2016, it appeared hugely daunting and way outside our comfort zone. It wasn't like anything we'd ever had to do before. And I'd have to say, I suppose we're almost dragged kicking and screaming into being the lead partner. And at that time, 2022 seemed a lifetime away, to be honest. I suppose in the last 6 years, we've seen huge changes. But I mean, it did seem a long time away. But it seems to be the case that I'm fighting as the older you get, the quicker the years go by. And here we are in 2022, coming to the end. You'll have heard details of a lot of the achievements today already. But from a personal point of view, I would like to mention some of the people who have enabled the project to be so successful. And Jennifer had mentioned that we hadn't mentioned Sheena, but we have to mention Sheena. So Sheena, unfortunately, is no longer with us. Not as bad as it sounds originally, but she's no longer with us in the council. But our loss has been the education authorities' gain. And Sheena showed the vision and patience. Now, I've put a question mark beside patience, but anyway. To firstly gather the partners together and to get the application submitted. And I also have to mention those who have been involved in the project team within my department at various stages. And it's a bit like we've had continuity in the same way as Trigger and Only Fools and Horses only had one brush. So there's been 4 iterations of the team. So we started off with Martina, Shane and Catherine, and then that became Martina, Peter and Catherine, and then that became Eamon, Peter and Catherine, and then it was back to Shane, Peter and Abby, and that's who we're left with at the current time. So, I mean, they've all proved a highly positive addition to our office and to our department. So Martina Flynn, Eamon Keaveney and Shane McGivern, who have served time, if that's the right term, as project managers. Abby McSherry and Catherine Dines, who have filled the communications and marketing role. And last but not least, Peter Conlon, who, as well as dealing very professionally with the finance and admin side of things, has been a constant source of good humour and outrageous stories, which apparently are all true. And I would definitely recommend the one about the time his children cut their own hair. At one stage, the strength of this team was sorely tested at one stage when they were stranded on Islay for a few days because of the beast from the east. But thankfully, it didn't go all Lord of the Flies on us, and they all come back closer than ever, but some of them glaze over when it's mentioned at times now. So all of those people have ensured that the CANN project is the success it is, and their work's hugely appreciated. I'd also like to mention again our various partners. Their knowledge, their enthusiasm and clearly their passion for their work that they're involved in comes through all times, and they've all helped smooth the difficulties that are inherent in managing a project across 3 jurisdictions with a variety of organisations. However, I do remember a lot of discussion whenever trying to agree the logo and whether or not a grouse had an eyebrow or not. So it calls to mind, I suppose, don't they say that a camel is a horse that's been designed by a committee? So maybe it's something like that. So at times I was required to chair the steering group, and I can recall the chaos of those early attempts at hybrid meetings pre-COVID, when the technology never seemed to work and there was always somebody shouting, "Sheena, I can't hear you." But now I suppose one of the positives that have come out of COVID now is that those hybrid or remote meetings are second nature, and that's been hugely advantageous, I suppose, as we've gone on through it. And I suppose finally I'd also like to thank Professor John Barry. And I'd written this, I suppose, before I heard him. So I'd said, to thank him for his inspiring words and his professional way that you have carried out your MC duties today. But I would have to say that your address earlier on was enormously thought-provoking, passionate and direct. And I know from speaking to people, they're hugely impressed with what they heard from you. And from my own point of view, I'm delighted we could look to work with you in the future on behalf of the council to allow more of our citizens, our businesses and our children to hear that message in the future. So that's all I really have to say. I say thank you all for coming and participating so well. Thanks finally, I suppose, to Shane and Abby who have sweated blood over pulling this together. I know Shane will sleep much better tonight than he has for the last couple of weeks. I'd just like to wish you all a safe journey home.